What's up, good people? Welcome to the draft show. Craig and I, for now, Jamie will be joining us shortly, but we wanted to get in before the draft started, which is in, less than 15 minutes here. So we are here. We are ready. We'll be here for the whole draft today. Craig and I will be here tomorrow, and Saturday you guys will be on your own. I'm sure you'll see us on Twitter. We might pitch in there, but Friday and Thursday, Friday, we are here, and today it's round one. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot to get to. I don't know if we want to start listing off our favorites here at 22, Craig, or if we want to wait for Jamie on that. But yeah. So just before we start, what's your feeling so far? What are your feelings right now before the draft starts in now almost 10 minutes?
Other than needing anxiety meds, probably, first and foremost, we can talk about favorites a little bit. I mean, we kind of play it free and loose for these draft shows for the most part. My biggest thing is I want the Chargers ultimately to get a tight end. Unfortunately, it looks like the top two guys won't, just based on the talk, aren't going to fall to 22, Colston Loveland being my favorite of the two. So if that doesn't work out, I would say that they definitely need that interior defensive disruptor. And then potentially looking at wide receiver if your top defensive tackle options don't fall to you there. Edge could kind of be a little bit of a wild card depending on who falls. And then maybe interior offensive lineman. That's the least of what I would want to do. And then maybe even like a cornerback option. So as far as order of importance, that's kind of the way that I would list it. But as far as my preference goes, definitely one of the top tight end options because that's what makes a Greg Roman offense run. And it's kind of one of the centerpieces of what Jim Harbaugh wants as a part of his offense. So I think they'll lean towards that, but they're kind of going to wait to see how the board falls to them. I am curious to see, though, if one of those two top tight ends ends up getting in range, say like late teens, if they maybe take a shot at trading up for one of them. But, it's a crapshoot, so we have to wait and find out.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, we do know, as the chat was about to put it, but somebody a lot cooler than whoever was commenting was asking, what's going on with source stuff. We will get that stuff. Here's and there you go. Scott Shea was just asking any nuggets that can be shared at all. Well, Craig's talking about tight ends. And what we know right now is that the Chargers want to leave the first 2 days with two pass catchers. So that means a tight end. That means a wide receiver somewhere in the first 3 rounds. And they are going to be very, very aggressive when they are on the clock. They have a lot of 6th-round picks in their back pocket that they feel like they could use to leverage some kind of trades. As well. They are on the phones and they are very active in the wide receiver market and in the tight end market amongst other teams. So even if we don't see a wide receiver tight end go early, just know that they are most likely working something behind the scenes to try to get something if they don't get it in the draft early. So the draft, especially being at 22, is obviously, it depends on who's going to be there. But they want to leave the draft with 2 pass catchers and hopefully an interior defensive lineman. The thought early on was that, or late yesterday, when were we texting? Was it yesterday, Craig? I think yesterday.
Yep, yesterday.
That there are 2 edge players and 2 cornerbacks in play that could make them go in a different direction. Those names are not out there, but just know there are 2 that they might just have some serious conversations about. We do have a top 10. I think what their board is, their top 10 overall. And I think we'll go over that when we start to see them come off the board. That'll be fun to kind of count them down. And there's Jamie.
Senor Hoyle, how goes it?
Hey.
I'm good. Dude? How are you guys doing?
We're awesome.
Good, man. Just getting things kicked off.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just sharing what their plan was in the first 2 days. As we were texting yesterday, Jamie, two pass catchers. And if it's not through the draft, they're working the phones, hoping to get somebody somewhere. And then interior defensive line. If those two edges or two corners that they really, really like are not there. So yeah, we know that they want to go pass catchers. That's going to be a big emphasis for today's.
That's huge. They have to, right? I mean, they can't go into the season with the same wide receiver and tight end group they had last year. So got to upgrade both those rooms. Hopefully you get one of each in the first couple of rounds or 3 rounds or whatever, and you can build from there.
Mm-hmm.
I think what happens during the course of the off season is we get away from the truth just because, they don't want to necessarily give all their cards or show them, should I say. But let's think about how the season ended. They essentially admitted to failing Justin Herbert. Now, how do you help Herbert? Well, yeah, some interior protection would be useful. Let's start there.
Say, offensive line?
Yes. But you partially took care of that in the offseason. Could you look to fortify that or solidify? Yeah, absolutely. Because, they're talking about potentially moving Zion to center. But that still would be an experiment. So could they go interior offensive line early? Yeah, but they need pass catchers. And so I'm just kind of really been harping on the last words we heard at the end of the season after that Texans game. And they know, they've got to get Justin Herbert some viable targets, guys that can really stretch the field, specifically up the seams. That's why we keep harping on tight ends. But this team needs more firepower. I think defensively they'll be fine. They just have to be able to score points, and they shouldn't have to strain. Like, it's good to put together these 10, 12, 15 play drives. You want to be able to punch the ball in the end zone at the end of them also. You don't always want to have to settle for 3 and then put the onus back on your defense. There should be some explosives, and they shouldn't all be coming from one player or a tight end that probably runs a sub 640-yard dash. Sorry.
A glacier with legs?
There you go. You're talking about pianos on people's backs?
So let's go hypothetical here. Let's say we get to 22 and you've got Loveland, McMillan, and Ibuka all on table. Which direction are you going?
My order is exactly how you listed it. Colston Loveland feels like not only just a pass catching tight end, but guys, a man you can line up, feels like multiple different spots.
Mm-hmm.
So you're getting him not only as a tight end, but also, as a receiver, some receiver work too. And then I would go McMillan, where I feel like it's Hunter in a tier, it's McMillan in a tier, and then it's everybody else below them. And I feel like McMillan, Tet is like the closest to a wide receiver 1 in my book that would be still left on the board, and I wouldn't mind taking him. And then after that, Ibuka feels like a little bit redundant with Ladd McConkey, especially with as much work as he gets out of the slot as he did in college. And it's not really making your offense more dynamic, but I still do like the player. And I think I think Ibuka comes in and improves the offense, which they need to do. But I think I think McMillan can help, propel this offense a little bit more. And I think Loveland can just, really, really sky's the limit if you drop Loveland in there.
I've been seeing more and more Matthew Golden mock drafts with the Chargers. How do you guys feel about that?
We talked about this in our player breakdowns. Golden feels like one of the most polarizing players in this draft because there's such limited production on his end. And I'm not sure whether or not the switch has completely been flipped. I'm not saying he's a total anomaly or anything. It's not something that, we've never seen before where guys just pick up towards the end of their career. It's just based on skill set. I don't think he's a 4.29 guy. I don't see that on tape. Not to say he's slow at all. The guy can absolutely move. It's just I feel like they need a bigger body that they could depend on third downs to keep the offense on schedule, and that can also stretch the field, work the middle of the field, and give you some tough yardage after the catch. So while I think Golden is a good player, he's just not the fit for what I'd see for this Chargers offense right now, just from an archetype. So I want a bigger body guy. Just like I mentioned, someone that can be really, really good in contested situations and gives you a little bit of everything at every level of the field. And I just don't think that his game offers that. So would I hate if they took him? I wouldn't be enthused about it. If that's the pick and we're sitting here and at 22 and that's the call they make, you'll probably see me look quite stoic. So basically my regulatory facial expressions. But in general, it wouldn't be overly exciting to me. But, it's just kind of how the board falls. And if they feel like he's the best player on the board at that point in time, then I guess so be it. But to me, it's like the movie Draft Day. If Colston Loveland's on the board, it's Colston Loveland no matter what. I could make an argument for T-Mac. There's going to be great value for both of them at that spot, in my opinion. But Loveland offers you so much. And Garrett already mentioned it. It's a guy that you can use inline. You can use him in split Y. You can actually get him to give you routes at X because he's such a superb route runner and has great hands and create separation and do 6'6", 240 plus. So to have that type of athleticism and someone you can use in that many different ways, like when you're talking about value and being able to give you all of the different areas that you need in the passing game or contribute to those, he provides all of that, and it just seems perfect for a Harbaugh offense.
What about you, Jamie?
Yeah, I would prefer Loveland as well. I just think with the way that Greg Roman's run his offense historically, having a tight end who can get you chunk plays over the middle of the field, up the seams, potentially line up at X, play in the slot. There's just so many things he can do with him. He's a perfect fit for the offense. So if he's there, that would be amazing. I think that is the dream, so to speak. But yeah, no, I agree with you guys. Even though I have Abuka rated pretty highly in my wide receiver rankings, I feel like McMillan is probably the better fit for them at 22. He's a better complement to Ladd. He gives them that physicality at wide receiver that they don't really have, the ability to make the contested catches. I think he's going to be probably really dangerous in the red zone. So those are all things they need, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
So to answer Andy Anaheim here, does Colston Loveland have the Lightning Round podcast stamp of approval this year?
I would say like so. Yeah. I mean, the unfortunate thing is, like I've mentioned, I would be shocked if he's anywhere within range. And then the next thing that concerns me is the Broncos. I just don't trust Sean Payton. He likes those toolsy tight ends and running backs, guys like that can provide a lot to an offense. Even though they just signed a tight end this offseason, I don't think it would preclude them for taking a talent like Loveland. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Loveland's the guy. It's just that I don't think he'll be there.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a hard time seeing him fall, but we can all dream. I don't know if you guys have seen, but there's rumors flying around that the Jaguars and Browns have a deal in place for the number 2 pick, for the Jacksonville jumping up. But we'll see if they pull the trigger. But that's been floating around a lot. And Schefter just mentioned it a little bit ago.
That makes a lot of sense for the Browns to move back and add picks.
Yeah.
And kind of see what falls to them a few picks later. They could really pull off a major haul doing that.
Mm-hmm.
They're also not one player away either, so definitely need to collect more picks, more swings at it.
Who do you think they would trade up? Who do you think Jacksonville is so in love with that they got to go up to number 2 to get?
Genty.
That was my first thought, but I don't know.
I was gonna say maybe Carter.
Huh.
Assuming Cam Ward goes 1, I think, in my opinion, Carter's the best player in the draft. So that's
I agree with that.
If I was moving up 3 spots, it would be for Carter. It wouldn't be for Genty. As good as
now, my only pushback is I feel like would it be fair to say that I'm about to call him Sunshine.
Trayvon Walker?
No, he's
quarterback.
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, I thought we were still talking edges. Sorry.
No. So is it safe to say that he's underachieved to this point in his career? Would you say that?
Yeah, but didn't they just sign him to an extension?
Well, no. My point is that you want to provide him with as many weapons as possible.
Oh.
I would think.
And what about Travis Hunter?
You can use Travis on both sides of the ball, so that would be another wide receiving option as well. So that makes sense. Yeah. Hunter, I could see Hunter being the guy. I feel like they need someone to kind of plant that flag on. Like, I get it. You want your quarterback to be the face of the franchise. That's what they drafted him to do. But I just get the feeling that Lawrence isn't that guy. So you're probably just going to have to surround him with more talent. Maybe, give him more options in the passing game to deliver to. Genty, I just heard his name pop up a little bit with regard to them. And the ETN situation doesn't seem to be going all that great. They may have been looking to move on from him. But I could see Hunter. I just feel like they want to probably provide a little bit more to Lawrence on the offensive side of the ball. And if you can get the best running back, a generational running back by all accounts, then why not give it a shot?
Well, they can get wide receiver help out with Brian Thomas Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys watching real quick? Are you guys watching the draft?
I'm watching the NFL Network.
Yeah, okay. Same NFL Network.
Okay, I got it on ESPN. I'll switch over. And then there's rumors flying around that the Broncos are trying to get top 10.
Now that's interesting.
We got to think that's for one of the tight ends, right?
I would think so.
Definitely an offensive option. So either another wide receiver or a tight end.
Those probably Shanahan systems always rely on the tight end.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to think it's for one of the tight ends.
Oh, cute. They're riding bikes on stage. Oh, that's the Green Bay thing. Okay. Yeah, I just realized where they were.
Is that Lil Wayne?
It is. That's just. Oh, yeah. He's a Packer fan. Totally. Yeah. Packer fan.
Okay.
Now, if you guys thought it was strange that I'm from Louisiana and I'm a Chargers fan, Lil Wayne is also from Louisiana. How the hell he ends up a Green Bay Packers fan?
I know. It's
no clue.
Crazy. Yeah.
What time do they start? 5 o'clock?
Yeah, it's
right now.
Right.
Well, now. Goodell just walked on the stage.
Yeah, so they're running a little late, but they gotta say, Titans are officially on the clock. They got a whole thing that they do to start it.
Are you guys sold enough on Cam Ward to take him at number 1?
No.
You're talking to a Miami Hurricanes fan, so
I know you are.
Excuse myself from this conversation.
So Craig, you're all in on Cam Ward?
I love Cam Ward. As a player, watching what he did at Washington State with very little talent surrounding him, just from everything he came from, he's a 0-star recruit. He went to basically a no-name school, moved over to Washington State, was competitive there when they had very little talent surrounding him on either side of the ball, gets to Miami and goes crazy for that 1 year and made us relevant again after. So I have a very special place in my heart for Cam. So yeah, I'm a little biased, but for some of the plays that he makes as a thrower, just off platform, the fact that some people say he has like this very nonchalant way about him is just that he's unflappable. And as a quarterback, you need to be able to do that, especially if you have that gunslinger mentality. Dude can throw a pick and then come back and throw you 3 or 4 TDs. So love him.
I guess my thing is, I didn't study him specifically, but I obviously watched Arroyo, and I felt like there was a lot of like sandlot football going on with him, holding onto the ball, running around in circles, not always running when he should, like extending plays and taking sacks he shouldn't take and risking the ball at times. Like, I don't know. He's definitely talented. He's physically talented. He's got a great arm. He can make all the throws on the field. Is he going to win consistently from the pocket? And is he going to be on time?
Those are all fair questions. And I think the biggest knock against him is he's always looking for the big play instead of taking what's available to him. So he's definitely guilty of trying to keep plays alive. And then also keep in mind, Miami's defense was trash last year. So essentially he was looking to score every single possession and not just 3, even though they had a really good kicker. They were looking to put 6 on the board. And that was his goal every time he got on the field. So in NFL, it's a little different. You're going to be playing in Tennessee, so you're going to be playing from behind again. It's just still, you have to take the available options where they are and then just kind of matriculate the ball down the field and take your shots where they are available to you, but stay within the confines of the offense and make plays as they come. Stay within the scheme of the offense and don't try to do too much because you will shoot yourself in the foot more often than not. No need to cheddar bob yourself. But yeah, I get it. Takes a lot of chances, but you can't deny the talent. And I think you get him some weapons, he'll be fine.
I guess I had, and again, I didn't specifically watch him, but from watching Arroyo, I had Caleb Williams vibes, and not in a good way. Like a lot of the same, like I'm going to do it all myself. I'm going to run around in circles. I'm going to hunt for the big play. I'm curious how you'd feel about him, Craig, if he wasn't a Hurricane.
Titans on the clock. Officially.
I'd say that I'd still be a big fan of his just because of the fact that, and I was not a Caleb Williams fan, but that had to do with like demeanor, his overall attitude. I felt like he was a real crybaby. He was in a similar situation with USC. They had to put up a bunch of different points just to stay competitive in games. I think their games are kind of similar in that way, but also seeing where Cam just kind of dials it back a bit and he will play within the flow and the rhythm of the offense. I've seen him do it, whereas Caleb felt like it was sandlot football the entire game. Cam had to be reeled in a little bit, and he was a little bit more under control as the season wore on. And you saw that in some of those tremendous comebacks where he would just take his check downs and keep the offense going and then set up the big plays, set up the shot plays. But I think there are just like some intricate differences between the two of them. I could see where the comparison comes into play. But as far as me liking him, I mean, yeah, I'd probably still consider him the number one quarterback in this draft. I would still like him a ton, but being a Cane gives him a little bit of a bump for sure.
Yeah, this is a bad quarterback class, but he is by far and away quarterback one. I don't think, and it felt like it was Sanders Ward like early on, and then people started to watch tape and it was like, oh yeah, no. Ward is QB1.
Ward won that out because of the physical talent. Like the fact that he doesn't have to be a pocket quarterback. He can throw on the run. He can throw off platform. He can make these huge plays. He has the escapability. He's a better athlete than Shedeur is. Shedeur is probably a more pure passer, more accurate. But you see some of those plays that Cam was making, and I'm sure like GMs and coaches fell in love with it. Just like the big playability. Any pass can be a 60+ yarder. He doesn't run a ton, but he has the ability to move. So I just think the, jaw-dropping plays, those highlights probably set him apart.
So now that the draft is officially started and there's like 7:45 left for the Titans or whatever, make sure in the chat, don't tip picks. And I will we'll go live with the feed, like, I don't know, a pick or two before the Chargers. So that way we don't get yanked off of YouTube for it. So we'll do it like we've done it before. Just a reminder for everybody.
Garrett, do you think you're going to get any tips from your guy while we're on?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure I'll find out who the pick is too early.
You usually do.
That is a bummer. So let's we're talking about Cam Ward, but do you guys have like a top 5 that you want the Chargers to take? And I already posted my feelings chart, so I have a top 5 already. But you guys got like a top 5 that you really, really are hoping is there at 22 and the Chargers take?
What do you got, Jamie? You have one?
You go ahead.
Loveland is also obviously one.
So I haven't thought about it in terms of top 5. I have a few guys. It might not be a full 5. So of course there's Loveland. I'd be cool with McMillan, Kenneth Grant. I'm a bigger Walter Nolan fan than I think a lot of people are, just from what he could be. Yeah, I know. from what he could potentially be. And so I'm going back and forth about the edge guys. Like if Mike Green were to fall, then that is probably the 5th guy.
Okay. Is Tyler Warren on that list?
Tyler Warren's up there, but he's another one I just don't see falling. Like I don't think he has any potential to fall beyond like 15. I don't think he gets that far. I think,
and that's the point of the emotional chart. It's just like everybody that's ever been mocked during the, the process. So
So those would be my guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say my 5 are probably some combination of Loveland, McMillan, Nolan, Mike Green, and who's a good 5th?
You've got Tyler Warren you haven't mentioned yet. Ibuka, Harmon, Pierce, Grant.
I would probably, if we're just naming anybody, then I would list.
Well, not just anybody.
Well, I
Travis,
mean,
yeah.
anybody who's we're talking anybody on the board, right?
Anybody that's been mocked to them, at least like
Has
like Travis
Warren
Hunter.
been mocked to them? Because he seems like he's a top 10 pick.
I think early in the offseason, Warren had been.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Progressively, as we got deeper into it, it's not so much.
Yeah.
I would also throw, I don't know that he'll necessarily be there, but I would also throw in Jalen Walker as my fifth.
Oh, pick is in.
All right, I got a question for you guys after this.
Okay.
Well, they might take a little bit getting this in.
Wait, Browns, Giants, Saints.
Oh, never mind.
All wanted the number 1 pick. Did you hear that?
I don't have the volume up.
Oh, Browns, Giants, and Saints all tried to get up to number 1. Titans said no. They're taking Ward. Or they haven't announced that it's going to be Ward, but you know.
So while they're doing their in-between thing, you mentioned Ibuka. What do you think the odds are that he's there at 22 and, Loveland's gone, but let's say your interior defensive linemen are still there? Not what you would do. Do you think that they see Ibuka as a wide receiver that can be more than just a slot? And I mean, he can play Z as well, but do you think they value him as highly as what some people are as far as they're mocking him to the Chargers? Because I could kind of see it. It wouldn't be my preference, but just curious as to what you guys think about him.
The pick is about to come in, but go ahead, Jamie.
I would say probably not, just because, and maybe their archetype is changing with the new regime, but Ladd was kind of outside of the norm for them in terms of their archetype and the size of the wide receivers they look for. And I feel like they filled that role. So I would guess they're going to look for more of a big-bodied, physical, contested catch guy who can make plays down the field. Somebody who can. What?
Cam Ward went, but the Jags just traded up. They moved up to 2. Sorry.
That's all right.
So Browns trading number 2, a 4th rounder, and a 6th rounder. And the Jags are trading 5, a 2nd rounder, a 4th rounder, and a 1st next year.
A 2nd rounder this year?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Dang. So
that's a lot for 3 spots.
The Browns, to move up from 2 to 5, swapped 2 and 5, gave up their 2nd this year, 1st next year, and a 4th rounder. And they're basically swapping 4ths. And the Jaguars got a 6th. Oof, man.
Well.
Yuck.
I'll tell you how much of a joke this is, by the way. Cam has known that the Titans were no doubt taking him. The dude was playing video games like a week ago. And I guess he was doing a live stream while he was doing it. And someone asked him like who his favorite offensive players were in the NFL. And he just named off a bunch of Titans players.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, okay, let me see where this is going.
Yeah.
I see what you did there, Garrett.
As soon as he said it. Oh, man.
There you go, Cam. Throw it up.
So, did either of you guys watch Will Johnson at all?
Yeah. I mean, what there was of this year. And then, of course, last year is where he really stood out. He's like the no doubt number 1 cornerback. Yeah.
How are you feeling? I mean, it feels like he's like falling out of the 1st round now, like this morning.
The rumors that I've seen
are that bad.
The rumors that I've seen is that teams are really concerned about longevity with him because he's got the knee and he's got a foot injury.
And apparently that knee injury is something that they're thinking can be a long-term issue. Yeah, maybe like not get to the 2nd contract type of injury.
Yeah, man. And by the way, like I like Will Johnson a lot, but I don't know anything about the only what we hear. I don't know personally what his injury history is. And I know Mike Green has some kind of checkered past or whatever. We're just talking straight players because I know that the chat didn't really like us bringing up Mike Green and his whole.
You know what, Garrett? I'm with you.
But
I think this has got to be
Hunter.
It's got to be Travis Hunter. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes.
I mean, it's got to be. But I mean, it's a great trade for the Browns because they got a haul. And they only moved down 3 spots, so there's still some really good players that they're going to get there. But if you're the Jaguars, like outside of Hunter and Carter, like 5 is good, but would you be able to get like a real marquee cornerstone of a franchise like Travis Hunter at
Genty.
5? What?
Genty.
Yeah, I guess so. But
that's
Hunter's
how they like to run their offense.
Yeah, it just feels like Hunter is just a different breed, being able to do it on both sides of the ball.
That guy is special.
Yeah.
Like you get these, it's cliche. I'm talking about like these once in a generation players, but he really is that. And they'll probably deploy him the way that he was utilized in college. I wouldn't say to the degree, like you're not playing every snap on both sides of the ball. I'd just be curious as to what they see him as primarily. Because, I mean, he during his workout, during the pro day, he only caught passes from Shedeur. He didn't do any DB drills whatsoever.
Well, I think that's partly him trying to prove that he's a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody knows what he can do as a corner.
Yeah.
But there's been a lot of talk about him lately. Like he wants to make sure that when he's drafted, he's listed as a corner / wide receiver, not as a corner. Like he's very hung up on being recognized as a wide receiver.
Oh, I get you. And I'm right there with you. My thing is like, if they don't believe you after you won the Biletnikoff, then I don't know what else there is for him to prove. You were the nation's number 1 wide receiver. That should be enough, enough metal on your part to just kind of prove your worth in that regard. But no, I'm with you. I get it. He played essentially every snap on both sides of the ball, and he was as effective on both sides. One would argue that he was even a better wide receiver than he was at cornerback this past year because he ascended. The year prior, he was a really good receiver, but this year he solidified that. So I could see him wanting to stand out. And then you're talking about pay, because that's going to be the interesting part when it comes down to that second contract. What is he getting paid as?
Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. Who knows?
I mean, you would want the wide receiver money, right?
I would think so. I mean, they'll be making top wide receivers will be making $40 million by the time. Mm-hmm. By the time he hits his contract, maybe more.
I'm curious what the Browns are going to do now, because it feels like Carter. Well, man, if Carter fell, that'd be amazing. But could you imagine if they somehow were able to still get Carter out of this with that haul? That'd be crazy. But it feels like there's Carter, there's Hunter, and Genty feel like elite style, like the top cream of the crop of this class, which doesn't feel all that strong at the top. And you trade down to 5, if you leave with like, I don't know, somebody, it doesn't feel.
I think Carter's a giant, and then they'll probably trade Thibodeau during the draft.
Yeah.
They've been talking about that. I wouldn't be shocked. He seems to just have like this, I don't know, this is a foul stench that follows Thibodeau wherever he goes. At Oregon, there was an issue coming out in the draft. They were talking about, I wouldn't necessarily call it character concerns. Well, maybe a little bit with regard to effort, knowing that he was going to be a high draft pick. So maybe him not giving it his all. And then for some reason, he just doesn't seem all that well liked in New York.
It'd be hilarious if they traded all that to move up for a tight end.
It would be a Jags thing to do.
This is what we need to. Oh, you're talking about the Jags. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's see. We need offensive linemen to go a lot before 22. And I want some of these edges off the board too. It just feels like
please get the offensive lineman off of the board before 22.
It wouldn't be the worst thing for a couple of these edges to fall, just in case the pass catchers are gone.
I mean, I guess I just need those tight ends to fall down the board. That's what I need. Yeah.
Did Eric Armstead
don't you play for
Jags? Why is he?
Where's Armstead now? Where is he now?
He was with the Niners,
right?
And then he went with the Colts, to the Colts, yeah. But he won defensive. Didn't he win like what? I think he's with the Jags though, isn't he?
Is he?
Did that happen this past offseason?
No, he was there last year.
Was he?
I don't remember him being with the Jags last year. I missed that.
I'm pretty sure he went to the Jags. Oh, you guys are thinking of Buckner.
DeForest Buckner. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. But Armstead.
They were like the same player with the Niners. They looked the same on the field. Same measurables and like everything.
Here we go. Yep. Travis Hunter. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
That kid is special.
He is
so much fun to watch.
I know. A guy that I don't know. It could be okay that you made that kind of trade for.
Talking about a potential franchise-changing player, and he offers you superior skills on both sides of the ball. Like, where else can you get that? What other draft could you get that in?
What do you guys think his highest and best use is?
Travis Hunter, Brian Thomas Jr.
You know what? Interestingly enough, I think that changes as the years go on. I think it depends on what they need. So they need another option at wide receiver. So I think he's going to play more receiving snaps. They'll probably utilize him more so on the offensive side of the ball to start. I could see them, unless he just blows it up as a receiver and they decide to keep him there full time. He's just like a plug and play for now. Wherever he thrives is where you keep him. And then you can essentially just draft another at the position he doesn't play, but he can fill both roles in some capacity early on.
Kid's got quite the personality.
Yeah.
It's like electric.
Really bubbly kid, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, part of me wonders if corner is his highest and best use, just because how many corners do you find that have those kind of ball skills and anticipation and athleticism? I mean, some of the plays he makes on the football corner are just absurd. I do like the way he attacks the ball in the air, though, as a wide receiver.
And a corner.
But, I mean, he's not a very big kid, and he goes after the ball like he's 6'4", 230. Like, he throws his body around to go get the football, which I love.
And he doesn't rest on the fact that he's superiorly talented either. He works as hard as anyone. So literally it's all he does. If you kept up with him throughout his early career, dude just plays football, practices, goes home, and fishes. Like, that's it.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting when his first contract comes up, if he is as special as we all think he's going to be.
And that's what I'm interested in. What are you getting paid as?
Luke, stop it unless you want to see me die live on the
air. No Luther Burden. That's the nightmare scenario. What's your feeling on this from Max? So if the Giants do go Carter, any interest in trading for Thibodeau?
I mean, yeah, they need to get younger and faster at edge. He'd be a really good long-term complement to Thule, and Mac and Bud are both short-term options. So you're getting a guy at his peak, well, in his prime at least, who's probably going to get better and be a difference maker off the edge. I would do that.
I mean, Thibodeau's still only, like 23, 24 years old. So as far as even reaching the pinnacle of his quote-unquote superpowers, not quite there yet. I don't think. I think there's a lot left, a lot of opportunity there for him to grow, as Jamie mentioned. My question is what are you giving up for him? Like, what would you be comfortable with trading for away for him as far as like draft capital is concerned?
Yeah, he feels like a edge 2 right now, which would probably be like a day 3 pick. But I mean, you're hoping that you can cash in on that 23 season where he had like 11 and a half sacks or whatever. But
yeah, nothing higher than what, third? Definitely nothing higher than a third.
Giants pick is already in, so they know who they want.
Ooh.
He only played 12 games last year. So
yeah, I think he was hurt his rookie year too, if I'm not mistaken.
He only played 14 games. So yeah,
there you go.
I would say that's a guy.
Did he play all 17 games in 23 when he had like 11?
He did.
And a half?
He did. He played all 17 games. His quarterback hit totals have increased every year. And he was on track to eclipse his tackle for loss totals last year had he not gotten hurt. He might be a low end edge 1, maybe a mid-level edge 1, especially with the way the Chargers use their edges. You got to feel like Jesse Minter can find a way to make him more productive.
Mm-hmm.
By that being such a premium position, I wonder what the asking price would be.
And you get 2 years of control.
Yeah.
Because you trade for him, you could, pick up his 5th year option, and you get 2 years to figure out what you want to do with him. So I mean, to me, if you could get him for a third, that's like
house. They're picking already.
Yeah, they picked Carter.
That didn't take long.
Yeah, nope. Kayvon, pack your bags, champ.
Okay. So then New England here.
So you've essentially got your Micah Parsons clone in the division. It's hilarious. What is he wearing?
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure.
Like a choir robe.
It was something like that. I don't know what that was.
This kid is really good. Fun to watch.
Yeah.
The Giants have a lot of talent on the defensive side of the ball, man.
It just seems like Penn State just churns out edge players. Every year there's one in the top 5 or 6 picks, it seems like.
And they have another one waiting in the wings. LeVar Arrington's son is there.
Oh, he's got a grill. Is that a grill? Something shiny.
I mean, that chain has got some heft to it.
Oh, God.
What?
Goodell will always ruin a handshake. Always. Like, no matter what.
I mean, he's done it so often you'd think he'd have it figured out by now.
So
come on, man. Yeah. Like, he held his hand out there way too long.
This just feels like this feels like Joey Bosa, the best player in the draft, going with the 3rd pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I guess, are they rolling with Russ? Could they potentially try to go for a Jackson Dart later? Mm-hmm.
You got to think Russ is a short-term option for them, right? 1 year.
That's a bridge guy. And if you got Russ, you'd have to come along with the guarantee that he's going to be your starting quarterback. They had to have assured him that, because I can't see Russell Wilson agreeing. He just doesn't strike me as the type of guy that just says, hey, yeah, my time's up. I can go ahead and mentor a kid and be a backup to him.
Yeah. That does not seem like his MO at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, credit to him for being a competitor, but doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to help people out.
Dude has his own office in Denver. It's interesting.
Is anyone surprised JK is still hanging around out there?
You know, a bit. I wonder if teams are just like they look at that last year's kind of the injury history probably still freaks teams out. And though he got through the majority of the year, I mean, even though he did hit injury reserve, he missed those 4 games. But I just don't think teams are willing to trust him. You could still get him in tandem with another back. He doesn't have to be, you know, your workhorse. You still want him kind of in a stable. But I was for certain another AFC West team was going to get him. And they still could.
Looks like the Browns are trying to move down again. This is where I want the offensive line to start flying off the board here, because New England's they've had Will Campbell links and however you pronounce that one dude's name, Mbua or whatever. Mboa, whoever that was.
Membo.
No. It's Membu.
Yeah.
And that, you know what? Jamie got it right. That's surprising.
Did he? Jamie out of all
actually got it right. Nobody would have guessed
it. Man, we're going to have a good night tonight.
Times are a-changing.
But as soon as, you know, like offensive line starts going and then teams are going to have to start reaching, getting their guys early. I want these guys off the board. Some of these interior guys too, by the way.
No, absolutely the interior.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have heart palpitations if what's his face from Bama's on the board at 22.
So we've talked about, I mean, you guys, we've already talked about Loveland and Warren. We had a whole tight end podcast. Obviously, we'd want them if they were there. We doubt they'll be there. McMillan's a guy that we obviously like. Walter Nolan, big fans of him among us 3. What is your thoughts on Amorian Hampton? Oh, am I saying his name right, or am I now?
Amorian Hampton.
Amorian, yeah. How would you feel about him? I've seen him a few times at 22, though he's mostly linked to the Broncos in most mocks. But
I don't know. I just think there are bigger needs that will impact the team more.
Oh, for sure.
Running back at 22.
But what about the player? It's nowhere near the biggest need. Nowhere near. It's towards the bottom.
But the issue is there's depth at this position. So you don't have to. I mean, I get it. There's Genty and then there's Hampton. They're 1 and 2. Whatever the gap is between Hampton and Genty, like, you know, whatever your opinion there is fine. But there's so many options here and so many different flavors and types of backs that you'd have to select from. You have to look at the board and see exactly what you need, what's going to make the biggest difference on your team this year and moving forward, and attack that, because certain areas of this draft are extremely light, and the areas that the Chargers need to take care of just to be effective, specifically on the offensive side of the ball. There are running backs with similar profiles. They may not be as talented, but you can get them later on, and you can fill, you know, better or more dire positions of need. So, like, if you're talking about Marion Hampton on the board at the same time as like a Kenneth Grant, I'm taking Kenneth Grant. I'm sorry. It's just my personal opinion, because, again, it's a trench game, and you still don't have someone that's dominant on the interior of your defensive line. You've not had it in years. You let Poona Ford walk. You have to replace that in some way, shape, or form. And you can get a running back that you're also already going to have in tandem with at least one other. And you can get that later on. He's not going to be a full-time back. It might take care of your problem moving forward after this year, but I still think defensive tackle or tight end would be the way to go if you can get one of the top guys at that point. No offense to Hampton.
No, he is fun.
Yeah.
He's a fun player, but nowhere near the top of the needs list. What about Derek Harmon? Have we watched Derek Harmon, and what are our thoughts on Derek Harmon?
I have not watched Derek Harmon.
Craig?
I have. Harmon's a really good player. There are a couple of things to like about him. The fact that he completely changed his body composition from transferring from Michigan State over to Oregon. think he dropped like 30, 40 pounds, went from more of a 2-gapping nose tackle to more of a gap shooting 3-tack. Problem is that the dude has an issue finishing, pause if necessary there. But can get in the backfield, can win instantly, but I don't think he has good secondary rushing skills. Like, he can win off of the ball, but if he gets tied up in a hand fight, he's not as effective. But my biggest issue is him getting to the backfield and not finishing. And I hate that. It's great to get pressure, but you have to affect plays other than just making the quarterback move off of this spot. You have to get stops.
Here comes the pick. Oh, there we go. Will Campbell. We got our offensive lineman. Good. Sorry.
All right.
Sorry.
Keep it going.
Finish up.
Keep pushing. No, I was just saying that was pretty much it. Like, I wouldn't hate the pick, but, as far as defensive tackles go, I'm pretty sure he was my DT3, if I'm not mistaken. 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
No, he was 4. DT4.
Yeah, he's in the middle of the pack for me too in terms of defensive lineman, but he's a pretty good player. I really liked his size and his power against the run. He doesn't really have like much twitch inside, but he does have like a good bull rush. He will run you over, and his first step is pretty impressive as well. I know he's got like a bunch of experience. Man, what is that suit? It's almost like too big. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say, like, we didn't get the tailor.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he looks like he's wearing a tent.
The agent couldn't.
You know what it looks like? It looks like he was in a weight loss commercial, and that used to be his old clothes when he was fat, and then he's wearing it now to show like I used to be this big, and it's like 4 sizes too big.
What an awful fit.
Oh God. I do like the green. Like, I like that color. The pinstripe's all right, but man, the fitting in that is crazy.
Oh man. Yeah, you're right. He looks like he's off the off the Ozempic.
Yeah.
And it like bell bottoms out at the bottom.
Oh, totally. Yeah. It's like almost clown pants at the bottom there.
Oh, I was talking about his jacket.
I was talking about
bell bottoms out too.
Yeah, it all does. Yeah, that's not great. But yeah, I don't know how much impact. He's not like back to Harmon. He's not really like a high impact pass rusher, which is tough. And I don't really feel like he's a great tackler once he does get in the backfield. I know that they call it like an NFL system that he played in. I think he's probably more of a base end, but I mean, there's, I think there's a lot to like. I don't know.
Well,
there's some others I like a little bit more.
He was actually really good at getting to the backfield after the quarterback can disrupting plays, handoffs, things like that. It's just the finishing. If he could just complete the process, the other half of the equation, he'd probably be in top 15 talk. I mean, as far as the consensus is concerned, it's just the lack of ability to finish that it really hurts his game overall.
It doesn't seem like there are a lot of really natural pass rushers on the interior defensive line this year. Like, at least not in the early part of the draft. Like, Mason Graham, he gets some cleanup sacks. He's really good against the run. He definitely creates pressure. He collapses the pocket. But is he an NFL interior rusher? Is he a guy who's going to get you 5+ sacks inside? Probably not right away. Even Nolan is super athletic, but the technique isn't there. Another guy who I feel like Texas A&M really failed from a developmental standpoint. Like, he works hard on the field and he's got great athletic ability, but he's not as polished as he should be after playing in the SEC for 4 years or whatever it was. He should be a lot better.
Oh, A&M is where defensive front guys go to underachieve. That's for certain.
They do those guys no favors, man. You look over the last few years, Leal and Nolan and some of these guys coming out. Stewart is another example. They don't develop them at all.
Part of that is that wonky 3-3-5 defense they run, where they ask the guys to defend the run instead of getting at stop the run first, get after the quarterback. So they never really have an opportunity to pin their ears back, and it does them a huge disservice. They're not playing to the strengths of the actual players. They're just forcing them round peg, square hole into that defense. And as a defensive lineman, I don't know why you would want to go to A&M in a situation like that, because it's an SEC school. You got the name, the cachet there, but as far as development goes, I mean, the goal should be to improve to get you as high a pick at the next level as possible. But I don't know. Maybe it's the NIL money. Could be. It's a trade-off there. Maybe you're taking the cash and willing to sacrifice that, but that's short-term thinking. It's just my opinion, though.
Robert, I don't think anybody's selling Harmon short. Both the guys said he's really good at getting in the backfield and creating pressure. The complaint was that he doesn't finish with sacks, which you can get all the pressures you want, but eventually those pressures have to turn into sacks.
Yes. All right. Who did the Browns trade down for? Or who did they end up taking when they trade down?
All right, Roger. Who we got?
I think all the elite guys are gone.
I think Genty.
Genty's still here.
I think Mason Graham.
Interesting. Huh. Okay, so now
here's my question. But
this is what confuses me. Myles Garrett said he wanted out. Okay, he said it wasn't about the money. He wanted to win.
Raiders are on the clock. Oh, Genty is still there.
They had a conversation with him. He decides to take the money, of course, because who's going to turn on their back. But they had to have told him what their plan was moving forward, right? And it couldn't have been, we're going to take another defensive lineman here in the draft, because they don't have a quarterback. If Myles Garrett really wants to win, and they sold him on that, if it was really about winning, and I will say, in my opinion, it couldn't really be about winning because you chose to stick with the Browns. But if you care about it at all, what was their selling point to him other than the money?
It wasn't quarterback play.
Because at this point, I guess they could still trade up and get another quarterback. But who did you sell him on?
Please no Genty. Please no Genty.
So what are the Raiders' options here if not Genty? They need a
wide receiver. Wide receiver.
They need a wide receiver.
Offensive line.
Oh, please. Somebody make them a Godfather deal so they can trade out of 6 and not take Genty. I don't want to have to see that twice a year, because then you absolutely got to solidify your defensive front.
It's the Raiders. They'll fuck it up.
But the thing about it is, this is a good draft to not have to, if you don't get the interior defensive lineman in the first round, there are other options. But, I would still like the best of the best if we could get our hands on them. Garrett, I think you might be a little ahead of me.
I am? Why?
You said the last few picks 20, 30 seconds before. Are you watching NFL Network?
Yeah.
Wow. How am I behind?
Let's go corner, maybe corner. Though it feels a little high to be taken.
You wouldn't take Johnson there, and there's Jahdae Barron.
Not with the injury concerns, you're probably not taking Johnson. If those are
then number 2 would be Barron, because Ravel has injury concerns also.
Yeah.
I can't see taking Jahdae Barron at 6.
Yeah, so it could be Tet. Let's see. I don't know.
Pete likes to run the ball, and he likes vertical threats at wide receiver. So
Oh.
So you think he takes his Marshawn Lynch here?
Well, and misuses him and not give him the ball on the goal line without winning a Super Bowl.
Hopefully.
I would pray that it's anything other than Genty, but I can't see who else they take. Like you mentioned, Tet makes sense, but they want to run it back.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping the Browns were going to take Genty.
Pete loves his backs. Mason Graham to Cleveland.
I mean, does this make you feel better about? I mean, obviously getting picks is great, but I mean Mason Graham's cool, but I mean you could have had Travis Hunter.
I would assume it was
they
about
ran
the other
that
picks.
pick in.
Did they run it in?
I mean, it's in now.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh, come on, not Genty. Let's go.
Take Membu,
please.
There you go. They do need another offensive lineman, but yeah, you mentioned that, Garrett.
They need like 4 offensive linemen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Their interior is pretty bad too.
Well, they have center covered with JPJ. That's about it.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Raiders. Am I ahead?
He just got to the podium for me.
Oh no. No. Shit, it's Genty. Shit.
Yay.
Oh,
Yay.
No.
Draft 3 interior defensive line.
Dang it. All right, well that changes their philosophy.
Draft 10 interior defensive lineman.
I mean, they have, man, that sucks.
Dude, think about this. Go ahead and say it because I know you're about to do it. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, they've got holes everywhere. So it's like, what are the Raiders even doing with taking a running back at 6 overall? But this is a otherworldly type running back here. Man. Do not love that. Dang. Well.
Oh, you mean to tell me we got to deal with this and Brock Bowers? This is terrible.
Man.
This feels like what Jim wants to do.
I mean, he's going to be a great fantasy play when they're like having to run it down like 24 every week, but he's going to make a lot of like getting hit in the back 3 to 4 yards in the backfield, some really pretty 2 to 3 yard gains. With as bad as
I get what you're trying to do. I still don't feel it's not helping.
It's not helping me either. I'm just saying.
I see what you're trying to talk your way through it. I understand.
Yeah,
and you're right. It will. And man,
their team's still terrible, but that's a good player. He
played them. I get it. Boise State level of competition, but he tore. What was it? Oregon up. And you talk about a game, another one that backs up that whole Harmon issue. There was a play where Harmon had him dead to rights. He just bounced off of Harmon like a ping pong ball. Dang. He literally launched himself off of Harmon in the backfield, he was moving laterally. He propelled himself off of Harmon. Harmon's just standing there with his arms extended. He looked like Lurch from Addams Family. Like, what are you doing? And he, it was only like a 10, 12-yard run, I think. But it was, like you mentioned, one of those plays where he should have been 2-3 yards lost in the backfield. He turned into 10.
The Carolina Panthers are currently fielding calls and trying to trade down at 8. I mean, the Raiders put lipstick on a pig, but I mean, it's a pretty shade of red, Dang. All right.
Dude is literally looking her eye to eye. He's what, 5'8", 5'7", 5'8".
So the Jets are next. What do we think?
Offensive line.
Tight end. I was going to say tight end. I was going to say Warren.
I was going to say Warren.
Oh no, this has got to be what is it,
Membu.
Jamie?
Membu.
That's the one name I get right. So just keep asking me.
I hope so, because it pushes Warren down the board, which probably it depends, because I had Loveland ahead of Warren, so it depends on the way the rest of the league looks at it. But in the event that the consensus is that Warren
Jets pick is in.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, they got Journey playing at the Browns draft party, huh? Okay,
yeah, it's fun.
And definitely don't tip picks. There's like a lot of names, but I'm hoping those are just guesses. Okay. We need offensive linemen, man. Just start reeling those off.
Man, I hate the Raiders.
Man.
It's the Raiders, man. They'll fuck it up. They always do. So
where is Will Campbell going to play? Have they talked about where they're going to go yet? He's going to be inside or outside?
I think he's going to play tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take him number 3 overall, was it 3?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I
4?
think he's a tackle. What did?
I said 3 overall. Was it the 3rd pick or the 4th pick? I can't even remember now. Anyway, if you're taking a offensive lineman tackle top 5,
yeah, I doubt that's
better be
a guard.
your left tackle. It was 4. Sorry, 4.
Yeah, that's not a guard. Not
Carter
a 4.
with 3.
They'll give him every opportunity at tackle first.
You know what we should do? Hold on a second.
It's just another Slater situation.
Yeah, they're overthinking the whole short arms thing.
You ignore the lack of length, and you put him at tackle and let him go do his thing.
Okay, so I said we were going to rattle these off. So Chargers top 10 board. The Giants took the Chargers' number 1 overall player in Abdul Carter. The Jaguars traded up to get the Chargers' number 2 overall player, Travis Hunter. The Browns just took their number 3 overall player, which was Mason Graham. The Raiders just took their number 4 overall player, Ashton Genty. And then the Patriots took their number 9, which was Will Campbell. And the Titans, with the number 1 overall pick, took their 10th overall player, Cam Ward. So we have 5, 6, 7, and 8 still on the board. Just to throw that out there.
And now here comes the Panthers to probably take somebody nobody has on their board this early.
They're trying to trade down. So
trying to trade out.
But yeah, they're trying to get out of there.
That was another spot that I was thinking of for Warren also.
And the Giants just announced that they are picking up Thibodeau's 5th-year option. So he is paying.
Not necessarily. That makes him more valuable in trade because now you get an extra year.
You have the extra year.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. I don't know that the 5th-year option is transferable if you trade. I'm sure it probably is, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I think so. I think it is.
But extending it now just means he has more value in trade. So I would still keep an eye out for him getting moved.
Definitely helps with leverage because, I mean, if you got a guy on that last year, there's no guarantee he's going to extend. You'll be able to re-sign him. So,
and they've already got Burns. They now have Carter and Thibodeau.
Can never have enough pass rushes.
Yeah, true that. Here we go, Jets. Take your tackle. Let's go. Will Johnson does not look comfortable in the green room.
Hey, Will, I don't know, man. I don't know if I would have accepted that invite.
Well, they got to have somebody. They got to have somebody in the room tomorrow.
Sacrificial lamb.
We can all answer this. I am not okay with this. I do not like this at all. That DJ mock today. Travion Henderson, no thank you.
Me no likey.
We didn't want Hampton. Henderson is no bueno.
And I like Henderson, just not at 22.
Yes, Membu. Nice. All right.
All right. Keep him going.
Let's go. Here we go.
Going.
Let's get our offensive line rolling here.
Come on, man. Just keep pushing those tight ends down the board.
Yes, Membu. Oh, I wonder if Broncos are going to be the one to jump here to 8.
I was wondering if maybe New Orleans takes Sanders here.
Okay, so.
Well, it's Carolina right now.
No, I know. But
you were talking about after
Carolina's not taking quarterback, I don't think so.
No.
I've been pushing the Shador to Pittsburgh propaganda for about 6 weeks now.
I mean, if he gets past New Orleans,
where does he go?
It's easy to see him falling that far.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else has their quarterback.
And it's funny, they were talking about how they were going to put Bryce on the trade block today, the Jets, or at least that was a rumor, and they go out and get an offensive lineman.
Brees Hall
or Brees Hall. What did I say?
Yeah, that you said Bryce.
Bryce.
Yeah,
Brees
that's been the talk for a while with them. Like the last couple weeks was them possibly trading Hall. I've seen lots of like trade proposals online for that.
Oh, Panthers made the pick. And the Chargers is officially on the ticker now at the bottom.
This feels like Warren to me.
Now what? What do you guys think about wide receiver here?
Pat?
I mean, they could make pretty much any position a priority here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think you got to get your young quarterback another receiving option. So it could be either or, but I feel like, a tight end definitely helps them because of everything that Warren is. Like, he's a super versatile, just, a war daddy at the position. So give him an easy target, somebody that can get you contested catches. Just an easy receiver for Bryce to get the ball to.
Yeah, this does feel like a pass catcher. This feels like an offensive player here. Though, to Jamie's point, it could be anybody.
It could literally be any position, and it would
literally
make sense.
any position. Yeah.
Do we think they're totally committed to Bryce Young?
I do. He got better after the new regime kind of came in and got the ball rolling. He
got better, but he still isn't that good, is he?
But with what's surrounding him, how much could you ask of him? I mean, he's not a world beater. He's a talented kid. He's still very, very small, which is always going to be a knock against him. But again, progressively as the year went on, he did improve, but there's just not a lot of options, man. Like you got Chuba Hubbard in the backfield, then he got hurt. And that was pretty much their offense. Like, I mean, who they have at wide receiver? What's my guy's name who no one can understand, but I understand perfectly because I'm from the South.
Leggett?
I'm forgetting everybody. Yeah, Xavier Leggett. Yeah. So that's what is that wide receiver one for them and Adam Thielen?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
they need more in the passing game. You got the running back pretty much sewed up. Get a tight end or a wide receiver. Help the young QB out. You've invested in them. You spent a first round pick on them. You got to give them an opportunity to succeed. So stock them with weapons.
And then at least you're ready for the next guy if it doesn't work out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Twofold.
Yeah. So their depth chart is Xavier Leggett, Jalen Coker, Adam Thielen. Whew.
Rough.
Fun stuff.
Yeah.
Whose wide receiver room is worse, the Chargers or the Panthers?
I'd say the Panthers.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's weird to say that, but it's not even close.
Yeah, it's not. They could definitely use an offensive lineman. They took Conwu. What was that his name?
Who are we talking about?
Ikem Okongwu. Remember that
the offensive lineman?
From North Carolina State.
Yeah, Ike.
So they wouldn't. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
They wouldn't. So they don't need a left tackle. Their tight end is Tommy Tremble, and Jatavian Sanders. Oh boy.
Tommy Tremble. Yeah, we hated Jatavian Sanders out of Texas.
We sure did. I was
a big fan of Tommy Tremble coming out of Notre Dame. Bro.
Sanders was brutal.
Yeah.
So hard to watch.
Yeah. And outside of J.C. Horn, like everybody could be, and Derek Brown, everybody on this depth chart could be replaced. Like Jadeveon Clowney's going to be a starter, but I mean, for how much longer? But everybody else is like, yeah, they could literally go anywhere, but left tackle, and that's it. Man.
I think if I were them, I would go with Warren.
That's where I think they're going.
It just seems like it fell into place for them.
It's
no better way to ease your young quarterback in than with a tight end like Warren.
Yeah, they need
a safety blanket.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'll make Leggett better. Everybody will be better. So, yeah, Leggett's everybody. So
help in the running game. It serves all the way around in offense.
And do not tip picks, chat. Do not tip picks, please.
I am curious to see what Chicago does, though. I think they want a running back. But I don't think they take one there.
I think it feels like Indy is definitely taking a tight end.
The problem with Indy is like they have good pass catchers. They've got a good wide receiver room. I mean, yeah, you can add more.
All right, here we go.
Never mind.
And the tight end helps the run game. They're really run based, but the tight end helps that.
Oh, I'm gonna let you guys get it.
Wow.
Yeah. So there goes.
So much for that.
Yeah. So McMillan is out.
That drop was greatly exaggerated.
Yeah. Dang. Okay. I don't love this.
I just love it because the tight ends keep falling.
Yes.
I do think the farthest Tet would have fallen would have been Seattle. So I don't think he would have been an option for the Chargers anyway.
All right. Crap. There goes my first of my top 5 that I wanted. Let's see. Oh, and the Jets took the Chargers number 6 ranked player in Membu.
Get him, Jamie.
We're still looking for 5, 7, and 8.
Say it with Garrett.
Membu.
Get out. Enunciate.
Membu. All right, so we need Saints are here. I would be glad if they took Sanders, but we need more offensive lineman help. Banks or Simmons.
So, a couple things here.
Okay.
Whenever this pick is made, my phone's probably going to blow up. My dad is also here, so curious to see what his reaction is going to be in the other room. I'm listening very closely for him. So This is either going to make a lot of people very happy, or you might need to.
Yeah. So 14 more picks
down the hatches.
The Saints have to take a quarterback, don't they? I mean, do you? No, I'm blanking on his name. Do you trust the kid they had playing quarterback last year?
Are you talking about the backup from
the kid from South Carolina?
Yeah.
Hayner or
Spencer Rattler.
Rattler.
No, not at all. I've never liked Spencer Rattler.
I would not want to go into the season with him as my.
I just don't know that they have a situation. I mean, they need offensive line help because they just lost another offensive lineman that literally had to retire. You've got Ryan Ramczyk, and then you have good old Trevor Penning out there still. Everyone lighting around favorite to hate. And other than that, I think they have 1 or 2 good interior offensive linemen. So they need O-line help. Unless you want Shador running around the same way he was at Colorado, I don't know, man.
That's sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Derek Carr screwed all of this up, to be completely honest with you. I'm not happy about that. But with that being said, I mean, they absolutely do need a quarterback. I just don't know if this is the right position to draft a quarterback in when you have so many dire needs on the offensive line. You might set the quarterback up for failure.
But I don't know. That's the majority of the time. That's the reality of a team that's drafting a quarterback is their offense. The whole team sucks. They have holes everywhere. They have problems everywhere, but they can't pass on the quarterback. So I don't know that you can necessarily pass on a quarterback if you believe he's that guy just because you don't have offensive linemen.
Well, no, I don't 1000% disagree with you there. I'm just thinking about it. I thought he was smiling because the phone call was made.
He is not on the phone, and
he looks very happy.
But that room doesn't look happy. I don't know.
Wow. All right. Well.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah. So as far as the Saints, I'm looking at this from just the history of the team and just kind of knowing what they do. They typically don't do what they should. They have a tendency to reach, and it's always for the worst possible option. It'll be like, how the Raiders sometimes take a guy that might not even be considered a first round option. They'll take somebody that's first round worthy. It'll just be like someone who should be taken in the back of the first round, maybe early second, because they see something or they think they're smarter than everyone else. I think Shedeur could be a good fit there eventually. I'm just afraid for what's going to happen him in those first couple of years because they just don't build teams well. So this is more about, I get where you're coming from. I totally understand. I don't disagree. Like, bad teams are pretty trash as far as the roster is concerned, specifically on the offensive line. Generally, if you have a good offensive line, you're probably competitive. But yeah, I get where you're going.
I guess for me, I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of like, he doesn't have to play this year. They could draft him this year. They've got 4 other guys on the roster. They could let Rattler go out there and take a beating.
Oh.
If things go well and he plays well, they could always try to trade him later. But they don't have to play Shedeur this year.
Believe it. Oh, here we go. Oh. Offensive line. Offensive line.
Keep it going. Let's have like.
So they're actually being smart.
Let's have like 10 offensive linemen in a row go.
Now, I think Banks was slated to go a little bit later, but I mean, I guess you could say the O-line run started a little earlier. So this makes sense for them here, but I'm actually shocked. They're going to draft a quarterback at some point. The question is whether or not they're going to try to trade up to do it, but I don't know how many draft picks they have.
I guess they could move up to the end of the draft to do it, like the end of the first round.
Mm-hmm. So here's the name that my family members are cringing about: Jackson Dart. They want no parts of Jackson Dart at all. And I don't blame them. But if you're talking about who you're going to be trading up for, because now at this point, we can start the Shedeur conversation about how far the slide is. I don't think it goes beyond the Steelers. I've been saying it for weeks that I think he's going to Pittsburgh. And now, to me, unless someone trades up, I don't see who takes him before them. But if that's the case, then the Saints are going to have to settle for, and again, no disrespect, but I mean, I don't see it with Dart, but that's going to be the next guy up on the board. So it's a race to the QB needy teams getting to Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe.
Good luck with that.
If you see it, where the comparisons come in to Jalen Hurts. And the problem is that Hurts wasn't fantastic in college. He did progressively get better, but you also have to take into account what he's playing with. Literally the best offensive line in all of football. He's got the best running back in all of football. He's got a dominant wide receiving core. He's got literally everything you need to where he doesn't just like wet the bed and kind of screw the pooch and cost them games. Because I still don't think Jalen Hurts is a fantastic quarterback. He's good. And I think teams look at that and they see something similar with Jalen Milroe. Better athlete, probably not as accurate a passer. But I think they can do a similar thing to what the Eagles did, but they're not considering the Eagles' ability to build a team around a quarterback. But I could see the Saints going after Milroe.
They're not considering the fact that the Eagles know what they're doing and they don't.
Yes, correct. Nailed it.
So we had an offensive lineman. That's good news.
Yes.
And now Bears.
Bears are going to take one of the tight ends.
Okay, so this is crazy. Well, it doesn't preclude. Are they doing?
That was quick.
Now, why are we doing this right now?
Okay, I was going to say, what's happening?
Save the skits for day 3.
Yeah,
this is the first round. This is
we don't need filler.
The draft.
We don't need filler in the first round.
You got to be kidding me.
I'm with you, Jamie. I think this is Warren.
It might
or Loveland.
Lots of rumors today that they're really high on Loveland.
Look, I'd rather it be NFC if it is Loveland.
I'm getting real impatient, ladies. Let's go. I'm super happy for you.
Like,
nice. Okay, every game will be revealed.
Congratulations, or I'm sorry that happened to you. One or the other.
Yeah.
Now keep it moving.
Congratulations. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm not listening to all this. Please announce the pick.
Move on.
God.
Oh, while they're doing that, so the Chargers have the Hall of Fame game. Interestingly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Against the Lions.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Is this?
We got somebody joining us.
Look at this guy.
Hey.
Whoa.
Stanley.
Stanley?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're really loud.
Yeah.
hot mic.
Hey, can you hear me?
My bad.
All right, Bears, here we go.
I made it on the long drive today.
Oh, good. Okay.
Wasn't expecting to see you today, buddy.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to get here this early.
Yay. Good.
Every time I tell my wife, like, hey, if we're gonna do this drive, we need to be on the road by like 7 a.m. or earlier. We're getting on the road at like 10:30. But this morning we were pulling away from the house at 6:45, and so we made it on time.
All right, here we go, Bears. Another offensive lineman. I want who is that other one? Simmons, Josh Simmons. No.
One of the dreams is dead.
You are ahead of me.
No, he's talking about something not related to the pick.
Oh,
somebody died. Oh man, sorry.
Sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, you were.
Well, we have that covered.
You were saying no because of the loss of life. You were like, no,
no. Oh, I'm
not
sorry.
him. Gone too soon.
No, Steve McMichael. But he's like yesterday, and I'm like, what? No, that's not. What's the pick? You can't start the sentence. Oh, here we go. They picked Walter Payton.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Here, that
I'm interested to see how that works out.
A little early.
It's a bold strategy, God.
Walter Payton at 10th overall. I don't know, man. I had a second round grade on him. Come on. If this ends up being like Loveland or Warren, I'm going to be so pissed that we had to sit through all this fluff.
It's going to be one of them.
I mean,
not a tip, just an educated guess.
After Tet went, well, shit.
No! God bless it. Come on, dude.
As soon as
good Lord.
As soon as the board fell at number 8, as soon as Tet went at 8, I was like, man, this is setting up for tight end at 10 to the Bears and tight end at 14 to the Colts. And that dream will be dead.
Yeah, the dream is dead now.
The good thing about the 49ers coming up next is they always go sideways. So this will be some kind of either like interior guy or weird edge guy.
Wow, they ran that in.
The 49ers?
Yeah, the pick's already in.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys.
Is this going to be Nolan? I heard a lot of talk like right at the end that they were really digging Nolan.
I think it's going to be a defensive lineman one way or the other.
Oh, I think it's edge.
Jalen Walker?
Yeah, I could see Jalen Walker, especially with like there was guys like Todd McShay this week was saying that some teams had Jalen Walker as like a top 6 pick in this draft, and like there was a ton of late push for Jalen Walker to be a top 10 pick.
The question is, do they see him as an edge or do they see him as an off-ball linebacker? Because they did just lose one of their linebackers in free agency. So it's a guy you can move around, get some sacks out of him. I didn't particularly like him at linebacker. I think he's going to be an edge, but
yeah, I don't like.
You mean like
that linebacker?
What the Chargers should have done with Kenneth Murray?
By the way,
there was no saving. There was no saving.
I think what the Chargers should have done with Kenneth Murray was not draft him.
Not draft him.
Not draft him. Yeah, but once Telesco gave that to them, they should have done the one thing that he was about 50% good at, and that was rushing the passer.
So Colston Levin was their number 7 ranked player in this draft, and their tight end
been
one.
So awesome in that offense.
Tight end one.
That would have been really fun.
That's the other thing too, is if Indy doesn't take a tight end, it feels like Denver will just grab Warren.
I'm hoping that Denver gets like scared into trying to move up. Because they already missed out on Ginty, who they apparently loved. Now Loveland's gone. Like, do they panic and like try to move up to 13 to try to get Warren?
Oh, you know what would? Oh, they're going to commercial. Mike Green feels like a 49ers guy. I could see Mike Green going here.
What's that interior defensive line looking like right now?
It's everybody outside of
No, the Niners.
Oh, I'll tell you right now. Hold on.
The big one I kept hearing this week was the Falcons at 15. Like, apparently made it known that they like don't care about character concerns. So like that was like where Mike Green, or maybe they're like the one team that would try to take Pierce in the first.
They're also the team that needs an edge rusher every single year and can never figure it out. So it's probably edge for them. They're probably going to take a swing at that early this year.
So it's Jordan Elliott, Evan Anderson, and that's it. Kevin Givens and Kalia Davis for interior.
That for the Niners?
Yeah.
None of those names sound familiar to me.
I know. Well, Jordan Elliott, he was the dude that was like on the Browns, wasn't he?
You're gonna have to.
Okay. And then Nick Bosa, they drafted Drake Jackson, who was not doing much last year, and then they got Gross Matos, the old
Panthers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Edge rusher. So they could probably go either way.
Let's see. Let's look at the big board real quick.
The other name I heard late for the 49ers was them possibly taking the swing on Josh Simmons as like a fill him in at guard for now and the heir apparent to Trent Williams after Trent inevitably leaves.
The Niners are another team that I could see. Well, the pick's in, so never mind. I was going to say, I could see them potentially trading back because those options at interior defensive line and at edge rusher would be available to you here later in the first round. You could collect some more picks, but never mind that.
What about Jalen Walker?
That's what we said. We were
saying earlier.
Yeah.
That's who Jamie and I talked about first.
Mm-hmm.
Was I here?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Thanks for participating.
I know, dang, dude.
You were just still so full of rage at the Bears taking Loveland that all you heard was.
I mean, did anybody predict the Bears taking a tight end? I don't remember seeing that.
I saw that a lot, actually.
Yeah.
If there was no Genty, that was going to be option number 2.
It was mostly Warren until.
But
recently.
Warren was the name I saw.
Yeah.
Man,
yeah,
again, at least it's not the AFC or the AFC West, so it could always be worse. Wow.
Come on, Loveland. What about Cole Kmet? What are they doing over there with him? Nothing, I guess.
You can definitely roll out those 2 tight end sets, or I don't think they're a team that also is going to want to run the ball. So having those 2 tight end sets and being able to roll that out there and single back, it gives them options in the pass and the run game. So you've got both of them that you can utilize. I've not heard of him in trade talks. So
49ers very excited.
Golden looks like he's half asleep.
Who?
They just showed Matthew Golden on the screen. He looked like he was half asleep.
Oh, that was Golden.
Yeah.
That was. Man. Man, what? Ben Johnson, what are you doing, dude?
Trying to recreate the Lions. All right.
Oh my God. That guy's voice is unbelievable. Did you hear that announcer?
No,
God, dude.
I've got it on mute.
Yeah,
Okay.
so do I.
All right, hold on. Oh, they didn't let him make the pick? Oh, come on.
Doesn't Goodell normally handle all of the first round picks?
Usually.
Yeah, I'm just sad we'll never get a repeat of his like basement first round again, where like he
Yeah.
went from like suit jacket and tie to like at the end of the night he was like
Like
in a
sweater
sweater,
and
like
and
just
Number
In the chair.
pick 165.
Mr.
All right.
Rogers.
In his lazy boy.
yeah.
Let's see where 49ers are going to be squirrely here. I can feel it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
Oh, they totally went squirrely. Okay. Huh. Interesting.
Alrighty.
I'm okay with that. That's one edge I did not want at 22, so I'm happy with that.
I did not expect him to be the first edge gone after Carter,
Yeah.
Me neither.
Yeah.
like
Interesting.
at all.
You were also way ahead of us, Stanley. Just
Was okay. I unfortunately I'm in a hotel. Like I can't like pause this TV.
can you pause it?
I've got one of those like stupid like hotel
Oh,
remotes.
giant remotes. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that like has no functionality at all.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. It looks like your grandma's remote.
I even like I tried to like it's ESPN's channel 41 on this TV, and I like pressed 4, and the 4 button doesn't even work. So I had to like manually channel up from channel 0 up to 41. Like
Do you have
Five star amenities.
I will say though, I'm at the Drury Inn in Flagstaff. In the case anybody wants to come find me,
Yeah. What was that? Don't do
If you
that.
go,
No.
if you go
You're
missing,
doing it on a live.
I highly
Your
recommend.
location, dude.
I highly recommend the Drury here in Flagstaff. This place slaps. We stay here every time we come to Flagstaff. I've been here probably 20 times.
make
This
sure
place
those
is
doors are
amazing.
locked tonight. Just saying.
Okay. Cowboys have talked about offensive line all off season. So let's hope. Let's hope Simmons or maybe one of these interior guys, Zabel or Booker, goes right here.
They wouldn't.
Take an
Dallas
offensive
wouldn't
line?
do this.
Take an
No,
offensive line?
they wouldn't take Shador. They wouldn't
Oh.
do that.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if this is Golden.
They need a wide receiver. I'm just thinking about Dallas is kooky. But I'm thinking about they wouldn't do that. Never mind. Let's not even go down that road.
It's either going to be Golden or like Jerry's going to go full crazy and take Shamar Stewart.
It's going to be offensive line. I can just feel it. And also, half the chat is on their way to your place.
Perfect.
Stanley,
Perfect.
so
man.
I hope you got room.
You did it to yourself, my man.
There's 10 floors here. So if you can find my room, good luck. Also, my 5-year-old son was in the car for 12 hours today. So if you're coming to my room, good luck with that. He's literally ready to explode. He's so much energy.
I feel like the Niners just took like the 6th or 7th best pass rusher.
Yeah. I told you they
top
always
10.
go weird in that first round. They go sideways. It's weird. I mean, outside of just like having Nick Bosa fall in their lap. Come on, offensive lineman, take the interior guys.
Oh, they took.
He almost tipped it.
Yeah, interior guy, baby.
Woo! Thank you. That was it. That was what couldn't happen at 22. That was my ultimate nightmare at 22. Thank you, Dallas. You've done something right.
That is so he's so good, but that's such a departure from the kind of athletic profile they usually go for in their offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
Like he is the exact opposite of what they normally go for on offensive line.
I love this. Okay, so we need Zabel going. We need Simmons going.
Oh, see, I'm gonna argue. I don't care if I'm in a camp all by myself here. I would love Zabel.
But we want Warren. That's the point I'm trying to get across.
You can leave.
But you,
yeah.
I don't want Zabel at 22. Now, if you're telling me you could trade back, keep your first round pick, and still get Zabel later 20s,
I would take him at 22. I don't care. Although I
like him as a player too. It's just not what I want personally.
He's not going to get to the. He's not getting past the Seahawks at 18. So it doesn't really matter.
So who is? Oh, I was going to say. Okay. You know how? Right. Do you know that players have walk-up songs now?
Oh, they do.
If you're there, yeah. So now in Green Bay, they'll let you pick your song that you come out on stage to. And as he's going down the hallway, they were playing Trombone Shorty, and I was like, "There's no way he picked that." But then Jay-Z played as soon as he got on stage, and I was like, "All right."
All right, I want to see that Dolphins logo replace the Broncos logo.
Garrett, text your guy and ask him how much they're going to spend to trade up to Miami spot right now.
Okay.
For Kenneth Grant.
For Tyler Warren.
That message will be on red until tomorrow. There's no way Cowboys fans are really excited about that pick.
But I thought Jerry was working on 2 big-time trades. Huge.
So Miami is actively trying to trade a corner. So would they take Ja'Day Barry?
What if they took Sanders and just totally ended the Tua Herbert debate?
Oh, let me see if I can.
So where do we think Jalen Ramsey ends up, actually, now that I'm thinking about it? Thoughts?
I don't know if they.
I want you guys to watch them real quick.
Okay.
So here's where Kelvin Banks got drafted. Right. Just watch the baby in the lap, real quick, as he turns to hug his girlfriend.
Oh. I missed it. Did the baby throw up?
Yeah. Baby does not want him in New Orleans.
Wow. That was his thoughts on the pick.
He was like, "We gotta go to New Orleans."
No.
Hey, hold on.
Oh.
Not too much on New Orleans.
You know I love New Orleans.
The team, different story. But
New Orleans is honestly just a waste on me because I hate seafood.
Oh man, what kind of life are you living?
No, I know. Where he's going to Prescott for vacation is where he's going.
Are you allergic or you just don't?
I just don't like it. Nothing about it.
Stanley.
Texture, taste, none of it.
What was the last? What was your last experience with seafood, and what was it?
It was scallops at Ocean Prime. My wife made me try some of hers.
Okay, I can understand scallops, the texture of scallop. You're not loving that, even though.
But I mean, my wife really loves seafood, so she like makes me try it. She's like, "I'm not taking no," and I still no.
As a born and raised Louisiana kid, like when I think seafood, I don't think scallops. It's probably the one thing that doesn't come to mind.
Right.
So, I mean, what is your other exposure? I'm just curious.
I mean, my wife's had me try shrimp, lobster, salmon.
All good stuff. The shrimp.
Yeah, man.
I don't know, man.
None of it.
Do you not do sushi either?
No.
Oh,
I feel terrible for you, man.
I know, man.
You're missing it. Do you just live off of like mac and cheese and chicken fingers?
No, I'm a meat guy. Like
you're a chicken. You're a chicken nuggets guy?
I'll eat the shit out of. I mean, I am a chicken nuggets guy. But
as long as they come in dinosaur figures, dino nuggies.
Do you get all the sauces?
I make more than my money back when we go to like Fogo de Chao. I will eat a small child's body weight in steak.
Yeah, Fogo de Chao is awesome.
Okay,
I agree, but
can't live without sushi, man.
Dolphins pick is in, but yeah, it is. It's the best. What? So who are you hoping for now, Stanley?
At our pick at 22?
Mm-hmm. No, for the Dolphins. Who do you want the Dolphins to pick?
Ooh. I mean, there's been a lot of talk lately of Will Johnson sliding, but this is a name that I constantly heard Will Johnson associated with.
Mm-hmm.
But at our pick, based on who's left, like in no particular order, I'd take Zabel, Warren, I guess. I don't really like any of the wide receivers left in the first. Trade down, obviously.
Yeah.
I would like Nolan if he's there. Mike Green if he's there.
No Kenneth Grant?
Sorry?
No Kenneth Grant?
I'm okay with Kenneth Grant. So my feeling on Kenneth Grant is, to me, it would feel a lot like the Zion Johnson pick, where it's like feel like the Zion Johnson pick when they picked him. Like a move that definitely makes sense. He's definitely feels like a good fit, like lots of positive vibes, but I'm not excited about it.
Yeah.
Like everything kind of lines up and I totally understand it. And I think he'll probably be pretty good. It's like nothing that's like, I'm not going to be doing backflips off the hotel balcony or anything.
Yeah, it's understandable.
That's what I meant by the Zion Johnson. I don't mean he's going to be a bust. That's not what I'm trying to imply.
No, it's not a hindsight thing.
I'd also really like, if he slips, I'd really like Barron. Barron would be probably in the top 3 for me right now.
I like him. All right, here we go. Dolphins.
What if Jalen Walker falls all the way?
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Oh. Okay.
All right, boys. The dream has died.
Say what now?
Wow.
Okay. This escalated quickly.
Wow. That is not what the chat said.
I'm okay with that. Not that I necessarily dislike him, but
if I'm
going to take an interior lineman in the top 25 picks of the draft, I want him to be a pass rusher.
Is the league colluding to not have any of Harbaugh's guys fall to him?
I know.
He's gonna. They're gonna panic now and trade up in the second for Stewart.
I'm okay with
these
because I still want Walter Nolan. Though I would have liked Kenneth Grant.
Wow.
So the Colts are where this Tyler Warren thing stops, probably, right?
Yeah, they ran that pick in. Good Lord. They were probably trying to put the pick in before the Dolphins picked.
Yeah. They're like, that's your turn. They're like, nope, Warren.
They're like, the Dolphins aren't taking Warren. We're just going to take him. We can do that, right? We can just skip. We know they're not taking him.
Man.
Okay, so if Johnson goes here in the next, my thing is Johnson, I don't see him falling past the Bucks. But if he goes any earlier than that, then I'm convinced they're just not trying to have Harbaugh have a shot at any of his top guys.
These picks are moving really quickly this year.
Yeah. What time is it? Oh, yeah.
Even with them trying to hold people up,
I know.
They were telling teams hey, you got to slow play this.
Yeah.
Calm down. Colts are like, nah.
I don't
All
think
right,
anybody
Colts.
really expected Warren to be there at 22 anyway.
Nah.
So, I mean, he
Him,
lasted
though?
longer than I thought, but
The one saving grace is if Colts did pick them, at least they were able to get him before the Broncos did. Because that would sting a lot more if he fell, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more picks. Oh, please don't pick him.
I think I'm starting to zero in. I'm starting to zero in on Walker and Mike Green. I think that's where and Nolan.
Well, I am shocked.
Oh man, didn't see that coming.
Officially dead. Tyler Warren.
All right, so tier 2 tight end options.
8 pick and they're tight end 2. Tyler Warren gone. They still need their 5th overall pick.
All right, here's where the conversation starts about, because we figured it would probably come down to this, right? So we're talking about tier 2 tight end options. Now that both of the top 2 guys are gone within the top 15 picks, do you see them sitting and waiting in the second round on who they want? Because it feels like if the number 3 option, which we believe to be Elijah Arroyo, is there, do you think they wait on that, or you think they trade up to go after him at this point? Because I think it's tricky if you plan on waiting. I don't think it's going to work out.
Yeah.
I could see them moving up into the middle of the second round to try to get their guy if he hangs around. Kind of like they did, with Ladd last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially with the 4, 6 round picks. I mean, I know there's a lot of good talent on day 3, but
they're not making all 10 of those picks, man. I've seen people saying that like they're so excited. Oh, we have 10 picks. They're not making 10 picks. Package a couple of those 6 rounders, move up in your middle rounds, and use that draft capital for what it is.
Well, they said that they wanted to get 2 pass catchers in day 2, and they are definitely looking into making some trades. So it looks like they're going to need to be on the phone pretty soon.
Oh, well, yeah, there is that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Did we mention that earlier when we got started?
We did, yeah.
Okay.
We did.
Maybe they can convince either the Browns or the Giants that they've got the other one on the phone to come back up for Jackson Dart.
Man.
Like the Browns have 34 and 36. Like, let's start there. 34, 36, and a third next year for 22. And something else too.
So right now our list is Jalen Walker, Will Johnson, Stanley like Zabel. You liked who? Mike Green was on that list.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Did you say Will Johnson?
You said him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Walter Nolan for sure.
Potentially Ibuka.
Yeah.
Depending on how the rest of the board falls.
Barron.
Jahdae Barron.
Yeah, Barron for sure.
Yeah.
Any
of you guys wind up liking was it Starks, the safety from Georgia?
I did.
Malachi Starks. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Starks a lot. He was fun as hell. I wouldn't mind Starks there. I know it's not the biggest need, but
I mean, it with his position versatility, I would do that.
Yeah.
Same thing with Barron, because I'm really not set on this wide receiver. I mean, the corner room needs at least one more starting level guy, and anyone who can play center field to keep Derwin in the box where he belongs now would be preferable.
Well, I think they probably feel like they've got the center fielder with Golden back.
I still think they want somebody else back there.
Now, if that's more of a forward-looking thing, if you're not planning on bringing the Lohi back, if you're looking farther down the line, of course, like if you want to make a position of strength a greater strength, have better depth there, I get it. But if we're talking about sitting at 22 and you've got an edge rusher that you didn't expect to be there, say Malachi Starks is still there, well, really, the list of defensive tackles is dwindling down a bit. There's still 2, but there's a potential for both of them to still be gone before then. If we're talking about Starks on the board and you've still got, edge rusher there, I think they go edge rusher before they go safety.
I could see that.
That's the best way to help out the safety
coverage,
pass coverage in general is to get to the quarterback. So that would make a lot of sense to me. Couple things for me. One, Luke, why are you trying to kill me, buddy? Luke's trying to kill me. He's trying to put me in an early grave. I have kids, man. I have a wife and kids. Come on, look out.
I was going to ask you, did you put the defibrillator in the room? Did you plan ahead?
Yeah, don't do that to me, Luke. Come on, I thought we were friends, bud. Stop it. Then I had something else and I lost it. Riveting, I know.
Yeah,
they'll come back to me.
It's okay.
Talking.
Yeah. Okay.
The Falcons, who have no idea what to do with their quarterback room, are about to draft another quarterback.
I know what I was going to say.
Oh, okay.
So with both tight ends off the board and the Chargers having 10 picks in the draft, how much would you consider giving up to get a Mark Andrews to make sure you have your tight end going into the season? Or even Goddard, one of those two.
Goddard you could get for next to nothing. I think they're willing to take draft capital next year to get Goddard off of their hands. But are we talking about somebody that you're looking to keep around long term? Because Goddard has the injury concerns as well, so there's no telling with him. But
I think you can still get at least 3 years out of Andrews. Maybe
2
more.
to 3, yes, 2 to 3 solid years out of Andrews. I'd say like a fourth, and maybe a potential late round swap on top of that. Maybe
it's almost cruel how they keep showing Shadur. By the way, like he's not gonna go tonight.
That's the thing. They have to pick somebody.
Yeah. It's terrible. Falcons have 30 seconds on the clock, and they have not made a pick.
Oh, there it is. They finally made a pick.
Come on. If this is anything other than an edge rusher, I'm going to be shocked.
They've got to be going edge. They've been looking for an edge for like 4 years.
But the question is, are they going to do the wrong thing at edge? Shamar Stewart's still on the board, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Take Stewart, please. That's one guy I do not want in a Chargers jersey.
They do have a track record for picking the wrong high upside rusher.
They're going to overthink it. Fall in love with the traits.
Please take Shamar Stewart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Please.
I want him off the board. I'm kind of happy that Booker left. I liked Booker, but
I think Booker in the second would have been a home run for the Chargers. Booker in the first, wasn't a huge fan.
If they would have traded down and got him, I would have been pretty happy with that. But yeah, I wouldn't have taken him at 22.
Especially like if you like, I feel like based on what he did on tape and like everything we heard about how he was not only the leader in the O-line room for Alabama, but like he was the leader for the entire football team for Alabama. Mm-hmm. Like that's the kind of guy you want to add to the room. But God, those measurables.
Bama has a weird track record with offensive linemen, though.
Yeah. Oh, that's
super hit and miss.
Everybody scouts that helmet, especially Charger fans.
You just don't want to end up with the next DJ Fluker.
You want to draft an Alabama center and center only.
Jamie, so the last few days, like I haven't been focused on it because I've been like out of town and doing other stuff, but it's been on my mind heavy. You know who I'm really liking more and more in the second round? I'm gonna let you pronounce the last name because you do it so well.
Membu.
No, are you talking about
Wide receiver, Stafford.
Yeah.
Felix.
Manure.
Manure.
It's
Wait, let Jamie do it.
It's Al Manure.
I think.
Okay, here comes Falcons pick.
In the second round.
Okay, this makes sense. Okay, this is not bad for the Falcons.
Okay, all right.
I mean, not good for us because I would have liked Jalen Walker.
They're just hoping he's not Dante Fowler Jr. 2.0.
Didn't they also take an edge?
Hey, this is the Chargers number 5 ranked overall player. The top 10's gone.
Wiped out.
Clean.
Oh, did you get a top 10?
Yeah.
Oh,
you want to hear it in order?
Yeah, sure.
All right, hold on. It is number 1, Abdul Carter. 2, Travis Hunter. 3, Mason Graham. 4, Ashton Genty. 5, Jalen Walker. 6, Armand Membu. 7, Colson Loveland. Was I right, Jamie?
Yep, you got it right.
Good. All right. 7, Colson Loveland, who was our tight end 1. Tyler Warren was 8. Will Campbell was 9, and Cam Ward was 10.
So the top 10's not gone. Will Campbell's still on the board.
No, he's not.
Campbell's gone.
Went to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking Will Johnson. That's my bad.
My bad, Jamie. I meant third round, not second. If they waited that long for a wide receiver, because I could see, like with the traits, I could see him kind of getting reps in behind Mike Williams, maybe getting him on the field, working him in slowly. And if this is Mike's last year, then slotting him into that position the year after.
Yeah.
Falcons got real lucky with I'm sorry. They got so lucky with this pick. They wanted an edge so bad, and Walker felt him. But anyway, go ahead.
No, that makes a lot of sense, Craig. I mean, I had a late 3rd round pick on him. I can see him going anywhere in the 3rd or 4th round. But, I mean, the traits are there. Like, if you're looking for a physical pass catcher, the traits are all there. And he's really tough to hang with in the middle of the field. So I can definitely see it.
The dream going into tomorrow, which is probably a pipe dream at this point, would be Jaden Higgins. I wouldn't even be surprised if he winds up at the end of the 1st round. I would not be shocked. I wouldn't be. But Jaden Higgins is the ideal player that I would want to play X next year, or in tandem with Mike Williams, however you want to line that up. And then Torrey Horton's still my guy, mid to late round. So there's still guys that can be had, but when we're talking about skill set and what they provide, but the I am Manure. Sorry, I can't call him Manure. I'm gonna say Manure. I just can't. I can't do. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, my G. Then I'm sorry. But
you can call him Manure, but you have to say it like Biff from Back to the Future,
which is
do your Biff impression.
Manure. I hate manure.
Oh man.
Or Jack Besh.
Yep, Jack. It's another one of my guys.
Bring more exciting whites to the team. we went with Joe all right last year. Let's hook up Isaac Tesla. Let's get a Tesla this year.
Tesla. Alt right and a Tesla.
Wow. Oh man.
Half the Discord just reported me for
in California.
Discord. They're on their way to your hotel room, dude.
Yeah, they're gonna firebomb my hotel. Someone's pulling the fire alarm at 2 a.m. and I'm gonna be in so much trouble.
Man,
Garrett, have your thoughts on Jaden Higgins at 22 changed at all, given what's happening with the draft?
No.
Still hates it.
I don't want any. I don't want any wide receiver. Ibuka would be fine here. I'm not like jumping for joy. It's like cool, but other than that, I'm not.
Angie, I can't see how you watch. Like, I don't know how you watch Higgins and not like him.
My eyes, dude. But
also, I understand. I just don't get your eyes.
But we weren't all that far off on grades.
Grade wise, no. But it's weird because I expected, based on our reaction, that our grades would be farther apart than what they were.
And no, don't you remember you guys were lamenting about it before we got on, and then I was like, well, not lamenting, but you guys were like going on about how you liked Higgins, and I was like stone faced. Do you don't remember that?
Mm-hmm. When it started off, I'm just kind of like, he's not feeling this.
Yeah.
I see where this is going.
Yes. And Papa Starch, yes, the top 10 has been picked officially. Walker was number 5, and he just went.
Hold on, Nick. Who runs like a 12-year-old
talking
drunk
about
me.
Higgins.
First of all, well, you don't know how I run, sir.
He missed the comma. He's saying he runs like a drunk 12-year-old.
Oh, okay.
Craig.
Gotcha. Punctuation matters.
What did you think he was saying? That you run like a drunk 12-year-old?
He thought he was insulting the way he runs.
Yeah, I thought you've never seen me run.
You would think somebody in PR would know how to use punctuation. I'm just saying.
Shots fired.
Also, you were drinking at a very early age, Craig.
I'm gonna say, man.
Your dad, Garrett. Let's talk to him.
No, my dad's never had a drink of alcohol in his life.
Really? Oh, good for him.
Sober soldier.
All right, here comes the Cardinals. I have no idea where they're going to go.
Neither do they.
I know. You got so many holes.
Hey, yo.
Oh, no. Dang it.
Nolan?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's happening.
Dang it, man. Man, I want to know.
All right, man. So,
yeah.
my least favorite of the defensive tackles would end up falling, potentially.
So, it's Derek Harmon.
Yeah.
And that's really it.
I don't.
Outside of like the edges when you're talking, I mean, yeah. But
I wasn't a fan of Harmon for at 22.
Same.
I'm fine. Like he's fine. It's yeah. Huh.
It's the lack of ability to finish, man.
Dang.
That's what concerns me. Once he gets into the backfield, it's like he goes. Is spastic an offensive word? I heard you can't say that anymore. I'm not trying to get canceled on stream. But anyway, I mean, when Harmon gets into the backfield, it's like he doesn't know what to do with his hands or feet anymore, and he doesn't change direction anymore. If a running back ball carrier gives him any sort of move and he jukes him whatsoever, he can't recover. He can't change direction and track the ball back down backside. It's just, oh man. Like I said, he can win off the line initially. It's just whether or not he's going to finish the play is the question. It looks great at the beginning of the play, but if you're not really getting to the ball carrier and you're only just affecting the quarterback by moving him off of his spot, not actually getting a sack more often than not, then that's not the type of interior defensive line play I want. I said I want an interior disruptor, but I also would like someone who's able to finish.
Yeah, there's a bunch of day 2 defensive tackles I'd rather have than Harmon.
Agreed.
Like I'd rather take the almost 26-year-old Alexander in the second than Harmon in the first.
I'm a big CJ West fan.
I like CJ West too.
Yeah. That's
more of a third round, potentially third or fourth potential option there.
So Will Johnson, Barron. I mean, I like Malachi Starks. I know that some of you don't, but Mike Green, we talked about. You guys okay? I know Stanley still wants Zabel. He's still there. What about James Pierce at 22?
I would rather pass on Pierce.
I know Jamie probably feels a little bit differently about Pierce. I don't have a problem with Pierce. It's just the character stuff that popped up. And I know, Jamie, you believe like getting him in the right system probably helps there. As a pass rusher, you can speak to it a little bit more. Something that you noticed about his game that you were curious about whether or not it translates well.
Yeah, so I think my issue with Pierce is he racks up a lot of pressures, but he leaves a lot of sacks on the field. And I feel like he has a hard time bending and turning the corner. So it takes him a couple extra steps to get around the corner and close on the quarterback. And a lot of times they're gone by then. So lots of pressures. He has, I think, a lot of what they need in an edge rusher. He's got that extra juice, that extra gear off the line. But super dependent on athleticism and speed right now. And I just worry about his ability to finish at the next level because of the difficulty he has bending and those extra steps he has to take to get around the corner.
Sounds similar to Harmon on the interior.
It's really weird with Pierce. Like, he has insane strength for his size. He has very good burst, but the dude cannot bend at all. like it, and it really kills him. Like I don't know, and I don't know enough about teaching the edge position to know if that's something that he could pick up from a guy like Mac or even Thule and their staff and learn how to bend a little bit better. But man, like,
I mean, I guess you could put him in yoga and help him get more flexible, but it's kind of like, I feel like bend is one of those things, either you have it or you
have
don't.
it or not.
I don't know if you can
Yeah.
teach it.
Mm-mm.
You're either flexible or you aren't.
Yeah.
And he
So-
winds up on the ground a lot trying to bend the edge. He was on the ground a whole lot. So I don't know. There's definitely traits there teams are going to like. He's got the length, he's got the burst, he's powerful, and he affects the quarterback. But is he going to get to the quarterback at the next level? That's my question.
they just draft him, and then at the Bolt, he's only allowed to eat from the pizza oven, and they turn him into Walter Nolan.
So
They just put 30 pounds on him and line him up at 3 or 5 and let him rush interior, because then he can go in a straight line and be really quick and really strong.
So just flipping gears, Jamie obviously is no burden at this point. We've kind of all said Shamar Stewart should go pretty soon here too. So we're hoping, Burden goes, hopefully Stewart. And what do you guys feel about, and this is in my mind, is Donnie E.
Ezraku. So
yeah,
I think I'm a bigger Ezraku fan than you guys. At least we talked about it at 22. For me, he would absolutely have to be more of a pass rushing specialist early on, because he's not going to offer a ton against the run. But I like his pass rushing game now, and I feel like he can develop into a better edge setter against the run. I just like his overall game, with the caveat that he has to improve against the run. But just his ability, I think he has very good bend around the edge. I think he's a natural athlete in that way. He's not the fastest guy, but I do think he has a really twitchy first step.
Mm-hmm.
So that's somebody I'd actually be fine with at 22. I know he's also a little bit on the smaller side, but it's just something about his game that I really appreciate.
Here comes the Bengals pick.
I think Ezraku is a good player, and I think he's probably going to be productive as a pass rusher at the next level. I think my concerns with him are he's a little undersized. He doesn't really have the length to match up with NFL tackles. And I think he's going to have to work really hard to get to the quarterback. I don't think he's a guy who's going to get a lot of super sudden wins off the line. He's going to have to work, and he's going to have to be a technician. And for me, he's kind of, I don't know, he's kind of too similar to Thule.
Yes, Shamar Stewart just went to the
Nice.
Bengals.
Good job, Bengals.
All right, go ahead. I had a Bengals. Sorry, go ahead.
That's it. I just think he's going to have to work really hard to get to the quarterback. He's a good player. I'm just not, I don't know. I don't think he's going to win a lot without having to work really hard for it.
Yeah, it fit like he's got that explosive first step, which made him win a lot in college, but it just felt like once he got stopped, there was no go-to secondary move to get to the quarterback. And then because he's skinnier, smaller, he doesn't play with a lot of great play strength. He will get overpowered, and then he'll break down as a tackler. So if you're basically I'm highlighting everything Craig said, because he's going to have to be a pass rushing specialist early on before he can bulk up, get better, and be able to add more stuff to his tool belt, because he just doesn't have a lot of outside of being a good athlete, which he has good bend and a really good first step. And I think his hands are developing. It felt like they got better, but I still feel like he's got to bring a lot more. And at 22, I'm just not.
Well, is he trying to kill Goodell?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Yikes.
So this is a guy that I'd like to go off before 22. What about
I do like the way Ezraku dips and bends.
Yes,
he does a really good
job.
job.
The dip is fantastic. Getting under tackles.
Below the tackle's hands. He
Yeah,
always seems to catch him off guard.
What do you guys feel about Jahad Campbell? Any thoughts there?
Wait, linebacker?
Yeah. I mean, he's been mocked before the Chargers, and he's fallen a little bit here.
Are you suggesting him as an edge or as an off-ball linebacker?
I mean, that depends on what you like, but
I think you could do either. So to me, Campbell is one of those that it's like that's one of those like luxury type players that if the Chargers are like draft like they did last year, this year, then like next year or maybe the year after they can start doing that kind of thing, like the Eagles get to do and like the Chiefs get to do, but like they really need to nail this draft again. And I feel like that's just kind of like a luxury pick that doesn't move the needle too much.
Yeah, too many holes in other areas.
Thank you, Bengals.
Seahawks pick is in. So I think this is probably going to be Zabel to the Seahawks. Everything I've seen is they absolutely love him.
Seahawks are currently trying to trade down.
ESPN is showing the pick is in.
Oh, okay.
Five picks away, fellas.
Yeah, we're getting close.
I would not want to be the GM who took an edge with 4.5 sacks in 3 years of college.
The traits, baby, the traits. Yeah, you won't be chasing down Lamar Jackson, sir. In theory, yeah, but
all right, Seahawks. See what you got.
Like Goodell was holding off with Dale.
Please don't crush me. Seattle doesn't look very excited, do they?
No, they're just like staring.
That looks like a center pick.
We got our solid guy.
Cool. Zabel, cool. Fun.
All right, so we got one wide receiver off the board to this point, right?
Yeah.
Well, depending on how you view Travis Hunter.
Yeah. There you go. All right, Zabel's gone.
There you go, Stanley. And also, thank you, Seattle.
So, like,
boo.
So, like, zero surprises. I mean, outside of some guys that went a little bit earlier than maybe expected, it's just like a little boring. But
yeah, it's been pretty predictable. Like everyone who is sliding that I can think of are people that it was definitely talked about that they could slide.
Yeah, it's been somewhat chalky so far.
Like I don't think anybody really is sliding that should be a surprise to anybody.
Yeah, it gets interesting here in 2 picks.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 3 picks ahead of the Chargers now. Tampa Bay, Denver, Pittsburgh.
Because now
I am so curious to see what Pittsburgh does.
Ooh, Chargers are getting calls. Chargers are getting calls.
Oh, please trade down. Please trade down.
Are they getting calls for people who want to move back
talk.
Or people who want to move up?
People want to move up for QB.
That's QB talk. Yeah. Do it. At this point, do it.
Man, if I nailed one of those 2 teams coming up for Jackson Dart, the Browns or the Giants.
So I've been saying should do it to the Steelers for a bit. So I still think that's a strong possibility. Now,
Who's
it would be wild if Dart went ahead of him in Pittsburgh, the team to take him, because at that point, I don't know where Shedeur goes.
If he doesn't go to the Steelers, and I'm the Browns, I just stay put and take him with 34, 36.
Mm-hmm.
Giants are one of them. So what would that mean? Moving to 34, like end of first?
Would the Rams take a quarterback?
Yeah, let's see. What do the Giants have?
Well, I think the Rams are in the market for one, which is where I was thinking Dart would go also.
That's probably why they're getting calls to call up to trade up.
Giants, Saints. So, okay, so Giants have...
Oh, the Saints really like Jackson Dart.
Giants have 34. Saints have 40. So would you move out of the first?
I would need 34, 65.
I'd need to own the second round.
Yeah,
No,
I would need.
They don't have any other second round picks.
No, I would need 34, 65, and probably next year's second as a starting point from the Giants. And what do the Saints have? The Saints have 40, 71.
Cleveland now joining the party, baby.
Trade up?
Yeah. And they've got two in the top of
they have 34, 36.
Yeah.
That's the dream right there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'd need to own the second.
Oh no, so they have 33 and 36.
Yeah.
Okay. Bucks pick is in.
Yeah, I'd want 33, 36.
And then you want their probably second, third round pick for a pick swap.
Would they? Oh, okay. And they just got Joe Flacco. Would they be willing to? Yeah, I guess. Who cares, right?
If Joe Flacco stopping you from trading up for quarterback, you have some serious problems.
Okay, so that's 3 teams. Man, that is. Could you take? Because you're talking about moving out of 22 to 33, so move down 11 spots and get 33 and 36.
And then I'm thinking you got to get their second, third round pick in that mix too, with some kind of a pick swap on the back end.
I'm curious if this is Will Johnson territory now.
This could also be Campbell,
linebacker. Yeah,
because they lost what's his name?
What if they start going wide receiver? I mean,
the Bucks.
Yeah, Evans and Godwin have got to be at the end of their rope.
Well, they just re-signed Godwin, right? What was that contract? How many years?
It was a 1 or 2 year deal. I think it was a 2 year deal.
Oh man, Sanders does not look happy.
No, because someone told him all the teams are trying to trade it for Jackson Dart. Every time they show Shedeur with his little party going on, I just want to play that clip of Gollum talking to himself. You don't have any friends. Nobody likes you.
Impressive, Stanley.
That was pretty good.
I do a pretty good Gollum. Unfortunately, that's one of the few that I do pretty well.
I mean, you got a few different directions they can go with this pick, but who was this primary corner that was working to get an extension? Dean.
Jamel
Dean. Yeah. So Will Johnson is definitely a better zone cover corner.
All right, here we go. Bucks pick is in. Do not tip picks.
No, please don't.
Oh, well played, Garrett.
Oh. Ibuka goes to the Bucks.
Wowza. Okay.
Okay.
G.
That is a fancy ass room. Good Lord. Look at all that.
Now we are out. I am completely out on receivers. Like I'm
punt that to the second at least.
Yes, absolutely.
But also.
Uh-oh. Well, no, don't no.
No, there's that.
No, but also
there's that. The potential other thing.
Oh, you're talking about on the other end of the spectrum, the bad part. Right.
Well, no. It's
that
good.
would jeopardize Jamie.
Well, no. It's information that was shared at the beginning. It was part of the conversation.
Oh, that they could be getting a wide receiver.
Oh,
okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did you share that with everybody?
A name? I don't think we gave the name.
We didn't give the name.
No. The name was George Pickens.
There's a name.
Did he tell you who the two edges they liked were?
No.
So the Broncos taking Amari Hampton here?
God, it feels like it.
Or was that like all smoke?
I've heard Hampton and Henderson for them.
Maybe they'll do us a solid and they'll take Mason Taylor.
I think I saw my buddy and coworker here in the chat who's a Broncos fan. I know who he wants. And that would be the safety from South Carolina.
Oh, Umanwari or whatever.
Yeah. There he is. What's up, James?
All right, so Denver and Pittsburgh and then the Chargers. So we got two.
Wait, now you want Jahad Campbell? I've never heard you mention that name. You slipped that one in here. Okay.
I'll remember that, James.
Just like I always said, Jahad Campbell.
From the very beginning.
I have documentation, like there's nothing on paper or in a text message that I can use to like bag on him about it. This was just in conversation. Oh, you know what? No, that's not true.
We still need.
So Will Johnson. You put that in writing, and I know where I can get it.
Okay. Will Johnson still there. Mike Green still there. Barron is still there. I like Starks.
Starks is still there.
Harmon and Pierce, we seem to be split on a little bit here. But there's still there's at least 4 good options here with 2 more picks.
Which means they're going to disappoint all of us.
I have questions about Pierce, but I would get it.
At 22?
I would rather Pierce over Harmon, even though it's a deep draft for interior defensive linemen, but you run out of top tier talent at the edge position pretty quickly. So it's kind of tough.
They have to work really hard to get sacks right now.
Mm-hmm.
So if Pierce can help them with that burst and athleticism, and they can teach him how to get to the quarterback, then I would get it.
He is in another tier. He's not like, you know what I mean? He's not in that top tier for me. There's still like 4 guys of Barron and Starks and Johnson and Green. I feel like are the top 4 in my mind.
I'm still an Ezeraku guy, so
I am not. He's one I do not want.
I know.
Okay, so who are the 2 Giants and Saints would include a top pick next year in order to make it work.
Yeah, they'd have to. Yeah. You're looking at probably their second and third this year and a second next year.
At this point, I'm all about the trade back first and foremost. At this point,
I think I am too.
That'd be ideal.
And
optimal.
Once Broncos make the pick, I'll put the stream in here, and then everybody else can just turn theirs off.
If the Broncos don't take Hampton, do you think the Chargers would do that at 22?
I hope not. And I don't think they would.
He literally, I think he's probably Greg Roman's probably number one fan of Amari and Hampton. Just the skill set. It makes sense for a power gap scheme. It's just, I don't know, man.
I hope somebody slipped something in Greg Roman's buffet line like a week and a half ago, and he's just like unconscious in the hotel room somewhere.
And he's totally incapacitated. Yeah, sounds great.
Wake him up after day 3 and be like, all right, here's what you got.
Nobody.
It's just there's so many
Where have
options.
you been, Greg? We missed you.
So many good options at running back. You don't have to do that in the first round.
Yeah, I don't know that you get Najee Harris and then come up here. Not that it's a long term. I get it's 1 year.
But also, you signed
right,
Najee Harris. Najee Harris is a 1 year deal, but you could not have signed him and not told him you weren't going to give him the lion's share of the carries. You can't draft Amari and Hampton and then have him split carries with Najee Harris. That almost seems a little deceptive.
You want me to put it in here? You want me to do Broncos? Let's see. Can you guys hear that?
Yep.
Quietly, yes. All right, I'll go ahead and turn my TV off.
Turn your TV off. Turn your TV off.
Yes.
Is that better?
OFF.
I was singing along to that last night live. It was fantastic.
My understanding is, as of yesterday,
Man, that crowd is so crazy. Did you guys see the tweet like right before right when they were getting ready to announce the draft was open? They put out a tweet that the fire marshal told them they had to stop letting people in because they're at capacity.
Oh my gosh.
Like the official NFL Twitter tweeted out like, everyone waiting in line to get into the NFL draft, we're sorry, but we're not allowed to let anyone else in. Fire marshal shut us down.
Okay, here comes the Broncos.
Here comes the commissioner with a special guest to announce the Broncos selection.
April is World Wish Month, and the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. Yes. One of those wishes will be coming.
You know
true
Goodell loves
right
these
now.
announcements because he's like,
Sam
what?
is a
I dare them to
17-year-old
boo me right
Broncos
now.
man.
I dare them to boo me as I go out there and talk about Make-A-Wish.
His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
Is the reason he got a wish because he's a Broncos fan?
Awesome.
Let's go, Broncos.
All right, James. I know your butt's puckered over there.
Come on, not us.
NFL draft,
Not any
the Denver
corner.
Broncos select Jahdae Barron.
Oh, come on.
I hate
Neither
teams
guy
that I
is
hate.
fine.
do
Lister
smart
tan?
stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
that's gonna be disgusting. That
Broncos are
secondary
just
is
going to load up
crazy.
on defense. Dang it. All right.
And they made some solid moves in free agency also.
Oh, with Dre Greenlaw?
Mhm.
Oh, man. Okay, so another one off the board. So Will Johnson, Mike Green, Starks.
Sorry, James.
Man. Then there's Pierce.
All right, so is this
Armin.
Shedeur Sanders or no?
Dang. Oh,
They look way too happy in that Broncos war room.
yeah, they should.
That
be.
defense is ridiculous.
Filthy.
Mm.
You're definitely going to need to either have a dominant run game or a bunch of viable receiving options.
Okay, give me your. So here we go. Luke wants to know what's your top 3 preferences. I'll take it off of Stanley's face since it's covering him. Let's see. Top.
You
Yeah,
covered
this is
me.
better. Okay.
No,
well,
no,
Mike,
it's in the
well,
anyway.
Mike Wazowski, Stanley, real quick. Top 3, Craig.
Oh boy, what's still available here? Let's see.
Are we allowed to
I would
include
s-
trade down?
No.
Well, number one option for me would be that.
Yeah.
Oh man. So edge rushers, we still have.
You still have Donnie E. You still have Mike Green. You have James Pierce.
Green. Mike Green. I wasn't even thinking about Mike Green here.
Okay.
Completely
Mike
forgot
Green.
he was still on the board.
There's one.
So it'd be Mike Green, my guy, Donnie. And are there any available?
Donnie's in yours too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's all right, man. I told you you don't have to like him. He's my guy.
Okay.
We all have our guys.
Okay.
And
safe space, Craig.
Third, I would say
Will Johnson still available?
The knee thing concerns me.
Okay. Starks, Harmon, Pierce, Golden, Higgins, Burton are all there.
I would say you could throw Pierce there as the third. I mean, I keep trying to find a reason to say that Harmon makes sense, and he does, but I just don't love Harmon. But they do need that interior defensive line. They don't have to reach for it, and I wouldn't necessarily call it a reach, even though he's not my favorite IDL. But I would still go Pierce ahead of him. So you could throw 3 edge rushers in there, 2 edge rushers, and I'd be perfectly fine with it. But that's it.
Okay. Jamie?
I think I would probably go Pierce, Green, and I might, if we're staying pat and we're not trading down, I might throw in Maxwell Hairston there too.
Pierce before Green for you?
No particular order.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Stanley?
I would go Mike Green for sure.
Here comes the Steelers pick. One of them might be off the board, so let's.
Understating it. The mystery is about to end.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Well,
that's
never mind.
Steelers pick.
That is a Steelers pick, and the Chargers do not have to make that decision. So,
thank you.
There you go.
Awesome. Perfect.
All right. Will Johnson for me. Oh, sorry, Stanley. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So
Green.
I'd go Green. I'd actually kind of flip a coin between Revel and Will Johnson at corner. Like, I know that's kind of a cop out, but I really, really like Revel. And then probably Starks.
Yeah, I'm going Will Johnson, Starks, Mike Green. I would still like Pierce here. I don't love any of the wide receivers, though I would go Golden if you're going any wide receiver here. I just don't want Donnie E. And
sorry, Garrett. I don't hold it against you.
And I know.
Oh my God, are they doing the thing again?
Chargers around the clock and they're going to go to commercial. It's going to happen again, isn't it?
Every single year.
You knew that was going to happen.
Chargers on the clock, commercial break.
Well, hold on here, Garrett. Don't we now find ourselves in the exact spot that was discussed in the message that you received?
About
positions.
Which part?
2 specific positions.
About corner and edge?
Yes. I mean, we don't know the names per se,
right.
But we can probably guess.
Well, there's a lot of edges gone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so.
As far as corner is concerned.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless they were really, really high on Barron.
Yeah. I imagine they were. So yeah.
Has anybody done any research on Mike Green's off-field issues? I know there were sexual assault allegations, but anybody have any idea what came of them?
I do not know.
I didn't hear anything else, but like with with the kind of character that this staff has, I feel like if they are willing to sign off on it, then I feel a lot more comfortable about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think they had him in for a top 30 visit too, if I'm not mistaken. I think they've had at least 1 or 2 meetings with him.
I want to throw my phone across the room so I don't have to.
Oh,
see.
I thought you were already indicating you weren't happy with the pick.
No. No. Like
I'm gonna throw my phone across the room.
They're gonna make the pick.
God damn it!
No, I do not know it. And that clock's ticking, so they are fielding offers. I could pretty much guarantee that. I mean, they got 3 different teams calling. Like, what was it? Like 4 or 5 picks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So,
let's see here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe Harmon was up there for them, and they were like holding off on pulling the trigger on one of those trades. And when Harmon just went, now if they go back and they're like, okay, but now those other teams are like, well, maybe we can wait another pick or two because the Packers aren't taking a quarterback.
Also think Harmon would have ended up being an option had what's his face not gone from Michigan.
they're going to need to sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, it's all good.
So after the Chargers,
Right.
there's Packers, Vikings, Texans, who all don't need a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Then there has been rumors about the Rams kind of sniffing around a quarterback. So they have to, at some point, jump up and get in front of the Rams. So let's hope it's the Chargers here.
I think the
somebody in
Steelers would have
chat already
definitely.
tipped the pick.
Did they?
No, I don't look at the chat. And they haven't
Maybe-
tipped because the clock's still ticking.
No.
So just
Well,
like
It looks like they're
in
just
my-
excited about the name, potentially.
Yeah.
I do think the Steelers would have gone Grant if he was still available, and then Harmon would have been there for the Chargers if that's the route they wanted to go. But I'm actually happy that it worked out the way they did.
Three minutes left.
All right, they're using up some clock, fellas. So
Come on, play the graphic.
fielding
Trade.
the calls.
Trade.
They're all looking at the TV, so
Uh-oh.
And Ed McGuire's on the phone, and he's the one who calls in the pick.
Well, no willing and dealing tonight, guys.
well,
He could be calling in a trade.
Yeah. He certainly
Just
could
because he's
be.
on the phone doesn't mean they're making a pick.
Yeah.
Well, they're definitely running this thing down. So
Yeah. Maybe if they had made a pick, there'd be more celebrating or them being on the
It's
phone
true.
with the player.
looks like this looks like negotiations.
Yeah, they're trying to work that trade. That's what it looks like. Otherwise, why would they just be like watching the TV? Like,
Looking at the clock.
They'd be high five. They'd all be standing up. They'd be high fiving. They'd be, on the phone with the guy they're picking.
Yeah.
That it doesn't read like they're picking.
Mm-mm. No.
Please
It's still
trade back.
ticking.
And maybe that's just cope and hopium. But
What is he saying?
Trying to trade with them. We'll see what that ends up being. I want to address the Will Johnson thing. You guys mentioned there were injury concerns throughout this process. From what I understand, he had a knee situation that got red flagged, concerns about his longevity. That is why he has fallen. Not as much the speed thing, more the concerns about his knee.
Well, coming off of the national championship season.
Okay.
Well, a knee injury coupled with long speed concerns is not bode
Not a
well
good
for
mix.
your opportunities.
No.
Yeah,
Oh. Man,
That's rough,
1
man.
minute.
that's rough.
I think they've taken the longest.
Make them bid for it, man. Pit them against each other. You could potentially trade back, and if you want Will Johnson, still have a chance at him. I don't think teams are jumping to take a guy with a bad knee.
Yeah, I want the hype video next. Oh, are they celebrating now?
No, they're looking at this. No.
And no one's on the phone.
Has anybody added time to the clock yet?
There we go. Now they're calling.
Their timer
They're
is like
trying to
40
get
seconds
out
behind.
of this pick.
Their timer still has 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah,
right?
their timers. No,
Minute and a
yeah,
half?
their timer's like a full almost 40
It's a minute
seconds
behind.
behind. Yeah.
No, it's a minute behind.
Hey man,
Get your
what are
shit
we
in.
doing here?
Let's go.
Yeah, because they
Now
Green Bay can pick.
Ortiz is on the phone now.
Are they coming out?
Come on, man. This is concerning. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't get skipped. Don't do a Vikings.
that.
Don't do a Vikings.
What?
What the fuck?
Lost Chenault. What are you doing? Get that graphic off my team.
LaVisca Chenault. Oh yeah. Why are we even talking about this?
Yeah, they lost.
Okay.
Oh,
lost
they did
LaVisca?
pick.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, Matthew Golden is still in that. I mean, he's
oh
the
man, I don't like the way that
receiver.
feels.
That 40 was incredible. My 3 top offensive
You mean
players
how
still, guys.
long it took?
You've got Omar
Well, yes,
Hamilton,
but
running back. You
did
got
you already
Matthew
have
Golden,
someone you're
wide
absolutely
receiver.
comfortable with,
And
or
then
were you
look
really
at the
trying to
tight
move
end,
out of that
Jason
spot?
Taylor from
Or did you rush because the trade didn't
Yeah,
work out?
because yeah.
He could go Jason Taylor's son. He can go
Mason Taylor.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Let's not.
Don't do
Dude,
that.
if it's Mason Taylor,
and Will Johnson.
Yeah, I'm signing off.
There's Hampton as
I'll
well.
see y'all tomorrow.
Both on your draft board still.
Cannot be Mason Taylor right here.
He's an off-the-ball linebacker. Some believe he could rush off of the edge. They've got stud young off-the-ball linebackers that they really like there. So
man, I wanted that to be a
great
trade.
player. I love him. I just don't know for them
I know.
exactly how we would fit their value at this point.
And similar to Will
Man, they got the
Johnson,
band
there
vamping
was
right now.
a
Like they don't
few
got anything going.
flags thrown up about the injury situation.
Everybody's waiting on the Chargers. Could you imagine being another team right now?
That's why he's falling to this point.
They're so.
I want to see the war room. I want to see the war room again.
Fascinating because of all the areas they could go. We've seen this a couple of times. Colts, they had a pick of the litter. Falcons, pick of the litter where they needed players.
Wow,
I feel
they
like
got the
that's
whitest
a
person
similar
singing.
situation with the Chargers right here. And with all those needs,
And this band.
Green Bay.
Does it not come back to who do we like
300,000.
Did they get
best?
skipped?
Does it not come down to best player available?
No, it says pick is in.
Jim Harbaugh, that's what it feels like.
That's how Joe was trained in Baltimore.
That's what it feels like here.
This
You got a
feels
lot of
so
places to go.
awkward.
Who do we
The
have?
Chargers
This is
have,
weird, right?
in a
Yeah.
weird twist, the Chargers have also selected Colson Loveland.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Here we go. 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 Here we go.
Hey guys.
Big money, no whammies.
Something to keep in mind with only one quarterback off the draft board prior to this pick.
With the 22nd pick
Come on.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion.
Oh.
They did it.
Oh.
They did it.
Wow.
They did it.
The Tar Heels.
Oh my God.
They did it.
Now, he was my top available offensive player.
Oh my gosh.
He reminded me of Jonathan Taylor.
Oh
You see this
my
big kid out in the open field, and he can absolutely go. You see the size. He is a physical, punishing runner. A lot of times,
So
you have to
this is what
sacrifice with that. You get
they
somebody who's
decided
Hmm.
upon. They clearly didn't want to make
He's
this
got
pick.
some wiggle to go along with all that
This-
strength and power as you just
This
watch
feels
him.
like they threw a dart at a dartboard when the
Yeah.
trade didn't work out.
They did not want to make this pick. They were trying to get out of 22.
Look, well, I like the player.
I mean, yes, I like
I
the
think
player
Hampton's
too.
really
It's just
good.
not what.
Do they? Yeah.
It's not what they needed right here.
No, but it's fun, right? I'm
Yeah,
okay with
I mean, it's
fun.
not. I don't dislike the player. It's just not what
Yeah.
they needed.
Yeah. It's better than, yeah. Like,
Look at him.
Robert
Yeah,
said, it's
get
better
get
than
everybody
Henderson.
pumped up in there.
Yeah.
There you go. It's like he's having to convince them. It's like,
I
all
mean,
right, guys, time
at-
to stand up.
At very least, like Hampton is an easy one to like put on the highlight tape and hype yourself up about him and get excited.
Mhm. Yeah.
I feel like we say this almost every single year. It's I don't hate the player there. I hate the value and I hate the process.
Especially in a draft like this when the running back
Yeah.
position is so deep.
Yes.
Yeah. I would have waited. I think if we're talking about value here, I think you needed to go with a edge player or
Mhm.
or like a corner or something. But I mean, I get it. I think Hampton's a really good player. He's got like I don't know if you guys watched him. I know Craig probably did. I don't know about
sure.
Stanley or Jamie, if you either of you guys did, but I mean, at least it wasn't Burden.
There you go, Jamie.
I'm still alive.
There you go. He's still here. He's still here. Like he's got a really like put together frame, which I like, and he's a really, really good north-south runner that doesn't dance a whole lot, which is real nice. His contact balance is really good, and he's a really good receiver out of the backfield, and like no ball security issues. He like it just feels like he was highly productive, really successful. He could easily be the Chargers workhorse back going forward. And then everybody raved about his high character. I mean, everybody through the draft process talked about what a good kid this was. So while there's so much to like about him, he does not have like a lot of wow runs in my mind. Like there's not a lot of like overwhelming athletic traits. Like there isn't like a second gear really. And it's not that he has a ton of wiggle or elusiveness either, but it feels like he is a solid, gonna come in and be an RB1 right away type of player. And when you look at it from like all the players that were available, there's a lot of question marks with a lot of guys where I feel like Hampton was set to be an RB1 after Genty. And then I feel like Henderson was going to be like a low floor RB1 at best. And then everybody else is going to be like, maybe change of pace guys or not going to be able to hit that RB1 ceiling, where Hampton feels like he's a well-rounded runner with like few little like weak spots in his game because he's got vision, power, balance. He can catch and block. It just feels like a no-brainer. Again, I do not like the value. I would not have gone running back here. But if you're looking at the board, because we're all team trade back, because there wasn't one guy that was like, take Will Johnson no matter what. I mean, his knee must be like falling apart.
Shredded.
Yeah. For his former coach not to take him, it must be the biggest of red flags. It does feel like Hampton feels like one of those players that is like a sure thing, as sure as you can be at 22.
It feels like if you could have traded back, you would have been able to collect additional picks and still gotten a quality edge rusher there and help to shore up that position, because there were a few names on the board that I still liked. It just depends on who was trying to trade up from where and how many spots back you'd have to go. But as far as Hampton is concerned, I mean, he's my RB2. I think it's like the consensus RB2.
Yeah.
And a lot of the things that you still mentioned, like for me, some of my notes on him was like he was born and bred to be a runner in the gap and power scheme, which is why I feel like it's perfect for what Roman wants to do. And I think somebody made a Little Giants joke, and also had one in here too about him saying about like that scene in Little Giants where Spike's dad talks about massaging his hamstrings with evaporated milk. Like he seems like the type of player that was, again, born and bred to play running back in this type of scheme. So it was really funny as far as the comparison goes, but it's the contact balance, which you mentioned. It's the initial burst. Now, I don't think the long speed is elite, but the way that he presses the hole and explodes through once he sees a crease is elite, which is why I think his like 10-yard split was I have to double check the RAS, but I think he tested out with an elite 10-yard split. So all that's great. I feel like we're not having to pump ourselves up about the player because he's a really good player. It's just, again, the value and the fact that this was a draft where you could have gotten someone who could be a better complement to Najee Harris, as opposed to someone who's going to, probably carry the ball in a similar fashion, even though he's more explosive. And I did not think that they would take that player this early after signing Najee. I know it's just 1 year, but you had to have given him the idea that he would be your bell cow back. But that's exactly what Amarian Hampton is. So I'm interested to see how they split those carries up. But again, I love the player. I just don't like you mentioned, the process. The value doesn't make sense to me here.
I guess for me, you just look at, we knew when they hired Harbaugh, they wanted to run the ball. And they tried like hell to run the ball last year and really struggled for most of the season. So they're following the blueprint they want to follow, and they're staying true to their identity. And this is the identity we knew they wanted when they brought Harbaugh in. So I don't know. I wouldn't have taken a running back there, but if this is what Harbaugh thinks he needs to win, then I guess this is what he thinks he needs to win. I don't know what else to say. It's not super exciting, but it'll hopefully make them a little bit more physical, a little tougher in the run game. And maybe it'll open up some play action opportunities for, I don't know, whoever they draft in the 6th round.
Well, play action opportunities just as a whole. I mean, I don't know if any of you guys saw that tweet the other day.
So loud. Hold on.
Oh,
Take
sorry.
your mic out
Sorry.
real quick.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I don't know if you guys saw that tweet the other day about Herbert on play action. Did any of you guys see that tweet? About
was like
how
perfect.
Like
perfect on play action on 3rd down or something like that.
Yeah, he had like the Ashton Genty like all the way in the top of the magic corner for play action. Like they were 100% converting 3rd down on play action, and he had some insane touchdown interception ratio. Like play action was just his bread and butter, and this is definitely going to help that. It's definitely going to help the fact that they haven't really fully wrapped up addressing the interior offensive line, because he just he had the 2nd most yards after contact in this class this year, and that includes Scadaboo and Genty. He was right up there with those guys. He creates and is big and strong. Like, he's everything that they tried to say Gus Bus was going to be, but better. And like we were just talking about a few picks ago, like with the Broncos going barren, like the defenses in this division are going to be really hard to pass on, and you're going to want a solid running game.
This feels like a comp pick situation too, like basically telling Najee, hey, go do your thing. I'm probably going to let you walk and you'll get a better deal and we'll get a pick for it. It feels pretty obvious, at least.
Also, if you're a fan of fantasy football, Omarion Hampton is immediately pick 102, and in some leagues you might want him over Genty.
All right, let's see who the Packers end up taking.
If this is golden, it's going to be hilarious because he's just like a lot of the other players they already have at receiver.
Aren't they kind of loaded at receiver now?
Yeah, they just don't have a true number one. Like they don't have a legitimate X receiver. It's almost a wide receiving core of just number 2 wideouts.
Man, that crowd's going crazy for Matthew Golden.
Oh my! See what I mean? That's nuts to me.
Man. Eagles also called the Chargers. What the hell would the Eagles be calling for?
Never do a deal with Howie. He's the devil. As soon as you see the phone, you got that Philly area code, just bang the phone on. Don't even do it. Don't answer it.
Why? I wonder why. I wonder what they were trying to move up for.
Omarion Hampton. That's what I'm going to tell myself to make me feel better.
Yeah.
They're like, we already got
whatever they. No, go ahead.
They're like, we already got to start looking past Saquon, so we need to trade up for Marion right now.
Goddard was probably in that conversation, or would have been if they talked about it. I'm sure they're trying their best to offload Goddard.
I'm gonna feel real good about this pick tomorrow. I'm so hung up on the positional value of it. But
this is definitely not QJ.
No.
We can all agree
this is a good player.
Yeah, we're not upset about the pick at all. We
No.
just have the preference was different.
He's fun. I want fun players, and he's fun.
Yeah.
So I'm good with Hampton. I'm good with it. And the more you look at the board, it's like, you're hoping Golden can become a wide receiver 1 or Higgins or Burden. And, you got all the questionable concerns with Johnson and Green and even Pierce, right? Like Pierce was he had
some character issues too.
Yeah.
Some effort and
yeah.
attitude issues.
And then, it's too early for Mason Taylor. And then Donnie E felt like a stretch. I know you disagree, but I mean, I could have understood it there. And then, I mean, other than Campbell, the linebacker. Oh wait, did he go? Did Jahan Campbell go yet?
He's still there.
Yeah. So other than him, I mean, yeah, man. I mean, he is so far and away the RB2. Like it's Genty, and then it was Hampton, and then it was just like all the other guys. And while I would have liked some like Najee RB1 with hopefully a developmental running back would have been nice, but
just
Hampton.
I would have loved someone that was complimentary. What is he saying?
Who?
Oh, Golden. I didn't know they actually let the players go up to the mic and speak after the pick.
You said let me get a Green Bay on 3, and then he did.
Oh, okay.
And no, he was not supposed to do that. He just got the mic.
Yeah, went rogue.
He's in Green Bay, so he had hands.
Once in a lifetime opportunity, so he made the most of it. It's like the kid at graduation that does the backflip on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I was thinking
I'm gonna find out the thought process. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking that
a phone call? He never hold on a second.
No, go for it. Don't you know he's on stream? How rude of you.
Stanley hated the pick so much he vanished into thin air.
Yeah. I was thinking that a complimentary back, someone with a little bit more speed later in the draft made sense. Like a Jaden Blue out of Texas in like the late 3rd, 4th round. Someone that was complimentary to what you already had in the running game with Najee. But they had other plans. So again, nobody hates the pick. Like we just had a different idea about the direction we felt like they should go. All right, now they wanted to come out of the first 3 rounds with 2 pass catchers, right? So you got the running back. The problem now is that this kind of pushes some other things down the board potentially, unless you plan on trading up, say like maybe packaging a few of those 6th-round picks to make a move, because you still got some of these edge guys that maybe you didn't anticipate potentially fall into the early 2nd round. But then again, the question becomes, what's more important to you? I don't think they originally planned to get a running back. So how does this shift your board? Because based on what we know, they wanted 2 pass catchers, whether that be receiver and tight end, 2 wide receivers, whatever, within the first 3 rounds. So what's the move here going forward tomorrow?
I got to think they move up.
Mm-hmm.
I think they got to move up into the middle of the 2nd round and try to get themselves a pass catcher, whether it's a tight end or a wide receiver. The other downside to this pick is a certain person on Twitter is going to be going crazy.
You don't over. We don't even allude to it. Hopefully he gets kidnapped again. But with that being said, the dream's still alive. We've got our guy Higgins, who we think could potentially fall still into the early portion of the 2nd round, but you may have to go up higher than the mid-2nd, I think. I don't know if he's going to be hanging around in the mid-2nd round, but that would be perfect. Still Elijah Arroyo, who we know that they also love. So yeah, I'm with you, Jamie. I think you have to make a move in the 2nd round. You can't. What?
The Texans were able to make the trade with the Giants. Damn it. This is going to be Jackson Dart.
But yeah, get your pass catcher in
that's
the second round.
Okay, that's why the Chargers didn't make the pick.
What's that?
So that all the Texans are getting from the Giants is 34, 99, and then a third next year.
Garrett's on the phone with this guy right now.
So a second and 2/3 is what the Texans just got 3 picks later. And also the Vikings just took Donovan Jackson at guard.
Was he calling Garrett from a burner phone? Because he didn't seem excited about the fact that he was getting the phone call. Like he didn't recognize the number.
I think he was surprised.
Oh, okay.
Because I think they usually text, and he was like, a phone call? Really? So knowing what the value was for that trade, would you have taken 33 or what?
34 and 99.
34 and 99 and a third next year for a running back?
I mean
instead of the running back?
Yeah, I wouldn't have taken. I probably would have done that. I would have wanted more, but yeah, it feels weird that that's what the fallback was. But like we were just saying, like you guys were just saying, like both these, like the edge rushers that are falling right now are very interesting, and there's gonna be a handful of wide receivers that could come in and be wide receiver 3 or better right away. That I think they make a move, possibly both moving up their second round pick, or possibly even also moving up from their third round pick, like up at the top end of the third round or back into the second round tomorrow, to get 2 difference makers. Because man, with going running back in the first, like there's still some big needs at corner, edge,
defensive tackle,
wide receiver. Yeah, tight end, interior offensive line, in my opinion, is still like, I want to add at least one more guy to that room that could push to be a starter this year.
Here's a question for you, just based on the teams left in the first round. Who do you think would have taken Hampton had the Chargers not? I'm curious to know where you guys think he might have actually fallen to. If he actually would have gotten out of the first round, I guess is what I'm alluding to.
I haven't heard of the Rams being tied to a running back that high, but I feel like the Rams are always in a position where they want to grab a running back. Let's see. Let me look right here. For teams. I maybe even could have seen like the Broncos trying to trade back up to get him, because I heard him to the Broncos a lot. A sneaky pick. The Ravens. Because this is the last year on Derrick Henry's contract. And he's 31.
I was gonna say maybe Buffalo, because Cook, I don't think, wound up getting the extension he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that too.
Probably Commanders.
The Ravens definitely never. I'm looking at their over the cap. They don't have like anything that they'd want to like. You're not passing on Hampton for Keaton Mitchell.
No. I think the Commanders, who are the Commanders trotting out there? Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler again. I think that's their backfield right now, currently. You think the Chiefs would have taken him?
That's actually an interesting one. They re-signed what's his name? Hunt, right?
Did they? I don't think Kareem Hunt re-signed. And also,
But
Yeah.
they still have
Yeah,
Pacheco.
they did re-sign Kareem Hunt, but they also have
Okay.
Pacheco, and they signed Elijah Mitchell.
Is this Kareem Hunt's? I'm not. Is this Pacheco's last year also?
I think this is his third year.
Over the cap. Pull up over the cap. Take a look. Chiefs.
Oh, the Falcons just traded
The
up.
Falcons moved up.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, I wonder if the Falcons came up for Will Johnson.
I wonder if the Falcons moved up for Jahad Campbell.
No, he went.
Oh, did he?
Did he?
No, he's still on the board.
Oh no, you're right. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Jackson Dart, Ole Miss. I am shocked.
Shadur and Dion are having a bad day.
It really happened. It really happened. That is crazy. Yikes. So usually,
are the Rams no longer F them picks? They're now collecting picks.
Cleveland can literally sit there at this point and just take Shador with the first pick tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh man, that's a bummer. Like you drop, and not only do you drop, you still end up in Cleveland.
What's up, fellas?
Welcome back.
Gee, how goes it?
What's going on? How are things? Jackson Dart.
Did you?
You came up for Dart, not Sanders?
Oh yeah, no, that was always going to be the thing.
Oh my God. They did the
this
Daniel
is
Jones
working
thing.
out the exact way that like all the media has been putting it out for the last week and a half, which is surprising to me because that almost never happens.
So Garrett, were you able to re-up your car's extended warranty?
That's Dable's look of I'm gonna be fired and will not be back next year after drafting Jackson Dart.
They just drafted a quarterback for my replacement.
God, man, that is crazy. That is what they wanted.
With the love affair that they seem to have, specifically Dable with Shador, that makes me think ownership got involved.
So what was the trade? What was the
Giants? So they gave up 34, 99, and their third next year.
And they're what next year?
Their third.
And that kind of prompted the conversation. You were talking about how far we think Hampton would have actually fallen had the Chargers not actually selected. And I was thinking the Chiefs may be a good option. There were a couple of teams that popped up, like the Commanders, even talked the Bills, but just wondering
keep going up.
If there were a chance he would have actually fallen into the second round. And if you took that trade, what was the trade for? Did you say 34?
34, 99, and a third next year.
The
So
Falcons gave
a 2 and 2 3s.
The Falcons gave up a first next year?
No. I didn't see the comp for the Falcons pick.
No, I'm saying they did.
Oh, they did?
Rams traded 26 and 101 to the Falcons. The Falcons traded to pick 46, 242, and their 2026 first round pick.
Wow. So who did they just come up for? Are they double dipping at edge? Did they just come back up for Mike Green?
Or Pierce? Or Starks?
I think Starks is going to end up with the Ravens.
Of course he will.
I don't. Do you want me to tell you all this stuff now, or you want me to wait? We can wait till tomorrow. You guys tell me.
Let's do it now.
I think we do it now.
Yeah,
F it. Let's do it live.
Let's do it live.
F it. Let's do it live.
All right, let's figure out who this Falcons pick is, and then I'll. Because how many more picks we got? Oh, 1, 2,
Like 5.
5, 6. Oh, the chat said no. All right, chat, hold on. Just let's figure out who
angry chat.
Who the heck the Falcons traded up for? That's all. And then we'll.
Please be chaos. Please tell me they just traded up for Shadur.
Oh my God.
That would be amazing.
In a messy way, yeah.
Yeah. The Atlanta Falcons have no idea what to do at quarterback at all.
I love the drama. This is an actual soap opera for football addicts.
Oh, here we go.
Kirk Cousins might actually burn down the building if they did that.
Whoever this is, they better.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. They did double dip.
Oh.
Pierce.
Whoa.
Huh. They took Pierce.
Well, here's the thing. They always screw up edge. So there you go, Stanley.
Yeah, so
two of them, and somebody's got to
They drafted the insane athlete who has no production, and then they drafted the guy with all the production who can't bend.
also with character issues. This is going to work out. This is going to go swimmingly.
You traded
what
up
could go
for
wrong?
Pierce?
You gave up a future first to trade it for Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
You better hope those character issues are completely done.
I mean, but the Giants didn't even give a future first, right?
No,
Yeah.
They gave up a 2 and 2 3s.
But that's because the Rams had to move pretty far down, though. They had to move down 20 spots. Because they had 26 and they moved to 40. They got 46 from the Falcons. So to make it work, they had to throw in next year's first and a 7th. Crazy.
So are the Chiefs going to reach for an offensive lineman is the question I have. We got Donovan Jackson left. Yeah, we got Donovan Jackson left. Who else?
No, Donovan Jackson got picked by the Vikings.
Did he? Oh, I missed that.
Are they going to take the Oregon tackle?
Wait, didn't Falcons take Walker?
Yeah, they double dipped at edge.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I thought you said they took Stewart. No, that was Cincy, right?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. You're right.
Yeah, they didn't take the guy with no production.
They took Jalen
Right.
Walker. That's right.
Yeah.
They took the good player.
They took the tweener. And then
all right. So Hampton was their 18th ranked player on their board and the best player available left. They wanted to go Barron. They wanted to go Ibuka or Harmon, and all three of them went right before the Chargers pick. And so they couldn't get their pass rusher. They couldn't get their interior defensive lineman they wanted. The Barron was the one guy they were going to take over a pass catcher, and then Ibuka was the end of their pass catcher
round 1
tier.
Which is funny to me because I always said that I thought Ekbuka felt like the type of receiver the Ravens would take. So I was curious as to whether or not that would translate over to the Chargers. And apparently, yeah, same.
Yeah. So he said Hampton was the last true starter day one left that they felt on their board. They felt all the other wide receivers and edge players, interior defensive linemen, tight ends, everybody else had too many question marks left on the board. They also knew that both the Vikings and Rams were sky high on Hampton.
I called the Rams. I said the Rams.
And if they were going to trade back too far, they'd lose out on Hampton.
Okay. So BPA.
Giants didn't want to do the deal because they felt like they had a couple more options behind the Chargers before anybody was going to be taking a quarterback. So Giants passed. New Orleans were kind of more feelers, and they were on the phone with the Browns till the very end. And the deal they had that ended up getting squashed is the Chargers wanted them to throw in Njoku. and
So
35.
33,
some-
30, so
No,
33,
not 33.
36.
Not
Oh,
33. Trade back to 35. They keep 33. The Chargers get David Njoku, and then they do a pick swap later on. So basically, they got Njoku for their first round pick. And then they give the Browns their first round pick. The Browns still get to keep a second rounder as a sweetener, 33. Chargers get 35, get the pick at the top of 2. And then they're doing some kind of swap at the end.
So who was balking at that? The Browns were?
The Browns.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to the Browns, because I don't know if I like that trade.
You don't?
I don't know.
If you could get a starter like Njoku, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. That sounds pretty sweet to me.
Hold on.
If you can get a starting tight end, not like punt it this draft, because you've got Njoku and then you've got your newly signed tight end, and his name just literally escaped me. Conklin as your tight end 1 and 2. Don't have to worry about tight end really this year. And then you move back to 30. What was it? 35?
5.
Yeah, but
back 13 spots.
Njoku has 1 year left on his deal.
Right.
And no, actually, it's all void years after this year.
And so you re-sign Njoku for probably 2 years. Probably put a 2 or 3 years. Put a little parachute in there, cover yourself just in case. And then you're at 35, which is like just outside of round 1. And then you've got a sure thing in Njoku.
And then you can go hunting for your wide receiver.
Wide receivers.
35, and then you've still got your second round pick. So you've got 2 and 2. I was glowing. I thought that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I would have liked that. Adding Njoku makes a huge difference to the offense, and then you get a wide receiver possibly at 35, and you don't have to go hunting for a tight end in the second or third round. That'd be pretty damn good.
Still attack interior defensive line also. There's still a decent crop of guys that aren't that far off from that tier 1.
And again, you don't have to go tight end hunting this round. So you cross that off your board. I like it. I would have been pretty excited about it. But it didn't work out. And part of the reason why I went all the way to the end, because the Browns kind of were
dragging their feet.
Yeah. All right. And also, I don't know if the Browns would have taken a quarterback at 22. I'm not sure. But he said there were teams calling in about quarterbacks, which is New Orleans and New York.
Baltimore got Starks.
Of course. Naturally.
Dude.
Typical.
Didn't see that coming.
Dang.
What a shocker. I am surprised.
Wide receivers and tight ends will be coming.
Oh, is that the tidbit? Another tidbit you got?
Yeah.
What was that, sir?
Well, I mean,
tight ends and wide receivers will be coming. They got to make up some ground, and now they're taking.
Please don't trade up for Mason Taylor. Please do not trade up for Mason Taylor.
Oh, I don't.
I would, if it were a trade up for a tight end, it would probably be Arroyo before Taylor. That would be my guess.
Yeah, maybe.
But again, there are the other options. Just based on how the boards fall tomorrow, if tight ends, say for instance, go early, then there's always the option to trade.
I can't believe the Ravens got Starks.
Still 2 guys that are dangling out there from the Ravens and the Eagles, respectively.
Mm-hmm.
So
for sure, yeah.
Those ball skills for Starks are crazy.
Oh, he's so good, man.
Kyle Hamilton, Malachi Starks. That is insane.
I know. We
just
talked about
threw Roquan Smith in there for good measure. Like, you got DBs and Roquan Smith.
Yeah. We talked about Fannin in round 3 if things don't work out in 2, but damn, Damn, Ravens.
It's amazing how these teams that are picking towards the back end of the draft, like the Ravens and the Eagles, seem to do this every single year.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to be able to get picks this great, this late, and they always do. This works out.
I asked them who they were considering, and Hampton won pretty handily. He said it like happened pretty quickly.
Mhm.
So it sounds like they knew they were going to take Hampton if a trade wasn't going to fall through, and then because the Browns kept playing phone tag and dragged their feet at the end, they made the pick. And I kind of said, I was saying it before I talked to him. Like, it felt like Hampton was like, I mean, I felt Starks was a day one starter too, but they felt the same way. Like, he's the only true, like, real starter without question marks.
Mm-hmm. Here's what I'm curious about. So tomorrow, depending on what happens, if they get either the wide receiver or tight end they want, do they then start doing having the conversations, furthering them with regard to the trade for whatever position they don't pick up on, or do they feel confident in what they can grab later in the draft in like the third round?
I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
But yeah, in this case, you do force yourself to probably have to be aggressive tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
I cannot believe that Brian Daboll is hitching his wagon to Jackson Dart. That does not feel like something that I don't understand the confidence level in that. Again, I really
They just did it with Daniel Jones. They did it with Daniel Jones.
Well, no, that wasn't his. I mean, but that wasn't his guy. Jones was there when he got there.
But that's the Giants.
So I would imagine, as a head coach, you get the opportunity to maybe potentially pick your own guy. I just have a hard time believing that they banged the table for Jackson Dart. Would not be shocked if ownership got involved. Or the son, remember? Wasn't he the one on Hard Knocks that suggested that they pick Jaden Daniels? And so maybe he was a Jackson Dart guy this time around.
No, he was. Oh, you didn't see that?
No.
He put
and he deleted it, right?
Yeah, no, he didn't delete it. He went private. He posted like this little on his Instagram story, posted like this little screenshot of a Jackson Dart highlight clip.
That's true. I did
with
see
Jackson Dart. Yeah, and then he immediately went private because I bet his dad got a call and was like, "What's your son doing?"
Can't get out of their own ways.
So hopefully tonight they're on the phone trying to find either a wide receiver or a tight end via trade. And then you take whatever you don't get in a trade in the second round.
Yep.
Amari and Hampton was their first ranked. Malachi Starks was number 2. Matthew Golden 3 and Mike Green 4. Those are the 4 names they were considering at 22.
Mike Green was actually in the mix there. Interesting.
Mike Green, Starks, and sorry, who was the last one that wasn't Amari? Golden. Ooh. Starks and Green would have made me happy.
Starks would have been fun.
Yeah. Starks would have been awesome.
So we know what's going to happen, right? Mike Green's going to fall right to Philly.
Oh, you don't think Detroit takes him here?
Good call, potentially. I need somebody to get in front of Philly. I don't care who it is. Just don't let them do it again.
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting. He was a fringe first round guy.
Who?
Tyreek Williams.
Tyreek Williams.
Really? Okay.
Get ready to throw up the Jesse meme from Breaking Bad. They can't keep getting away with this because Mike Green's going to be a Philadelphia Eagle, isn't he? So
we're thinking like Alexander, Alfred Collins tomorrow. We're hoping.
So I'm a fan of TJ Sanders.
And TJ Sanders, yeah.
But I could see Alfred Collins. He makes a lot of sense because he can basically play up and down the line. He's got the versatility. He's got ridiculous length. He's not a fantastic pass rusher, but I could see them thinking that they can help him develop there. What he will do is stop the run. But as far as he's more of a pocket pusher than a pass rusher. So it just kind of depends on the flavor they want. But there are multiple options. They still need to double dip either way. So if you want to go that early on and then later on in the draft, come back to someone who's more of an interior pass rushing specialist, you have those options available to you.
Could the Redskins help us out here?
Who?
And
Excuse me?
Did you just dead name the Washington Commanders?
Whatever. The Commander.
Did you use the R word?
I did. Can the Washington R slurs help us out here and reunite Jaden Daniels with Mason Taylor? Please.
Why? You don't want Mason Taylor to fall?
No, I want to. No, I don't want him to fall. I don't want him to fall.
You would not take him in the second round?
No.
At the end of the second, no less.
I'd take him in the top of third. I'd take him in the third. I wouldn't take him in the second.
Okay, so here's my question, because I feel like everyone that has that isn't as high on Taylor has kind of the same complaint. What don't you like about his game?
I just think he's like, you're basically just drafting younger Conklin. Like we have that at home. Like I don't understand that. I don't see how that moves the needle for the Chargers at all. Like he is not going to come in. Mason Taylor is not going to come in and get 60 plus targets next year for this Chargers team.
So I personally think that this is more of a projection thing, because I feel like Taylor's going to be a substantially better player in the NFL than he was in college. And again, the dude's a baby. He's got all the size, the prerequisite size. As far as the athleticism, no, he's not top end. I think he's a better athlete than Conklin, but also I'm looking at what he could be in 2 to 3 years. Like year one, I'm not saying he's going to get 60, 65 receptions, but I do think by year 2 or 3, he's going to be a higher volume receiving tight end that can stretch the seam. And that's one thing that Conklin also lacks. He's not a great athlete, but he doesn't have great height and length either. So Taylor kind of has that advantage over him. And I feel like the majority of people who don't really like Taylor are looking at him now and are realizing he's nowhere near a finished product.
Yeah, I think if you look at how Roman uses tight ends in the offense, and you look at a guy like Taylor who can run, who has the length, high points the ball, I think he'd be deadly in that deep over vertical seam stretcher play action role that Roman seems to get all of his tight ends to go off in. It may not happen right away, but I think it's there. And I think if anybody can figure out a way to use him, it's Roman.
I don't think Roman can figure out much of anything.
His tight ends are always productive.
If there's one thing,
why are you spending? So why would you spend a premium pick on him? If he gets the most out of any tight end, why would you spend a premium pick on it?
I'm just saying, if they decide to use a pick for him, he's going to figure out how to make it work.
I'm not trying to shoot you down. I'm playing devil's advocate here. Like if he's good at getting the most out of everyone, then why spend a premium pick on that? Like,
I guess I just look at it from a perspective of, look at what he got out of Disley last year.
Exactly the point I was about to make.
And then think about what a guy as athletic and young and raw as Taylor can do in a similar role, but expanding that downfield, intermediate and deep passing game. I mean, he literally took a glacier and turned it into a 60 catch tight end who was stretching the seam.
I mean,
Will Disley.
The chat's going to come over and cut off your Wi-Fi. They don't like your Mason Taylor takes.
I do not care.
Oh, man.
You know, so many people are watching this Shador thing and loving it. Just the hate that kid gets is...
Do you think he brings some of it on himself?
I think that his attitude, the way that he presents himself, is not necessarily something that rubs a lot of people in the NFL. I don't think it rubs in the right way. Here's the thing. You have to consider this. He's Deion Sanders' son. Do we know who Deion Sanders is? And then, to be completely honest, he doesn't have, he probably has about a quarter of the brashness that his dad does, but he's confident. And also, I mean, he's actually been very good in his college career. Wherever he's been productive, even in less than ideal circumstances. It's just, who's the pick? Sorry.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, that's another good GM. Like the Redskins, damn it, I did it again. The Commanders, the last 2 years.
This stream is going to get cut.
This guy.
YouTube is going to get rid of us tonight.
Demonetized.
Yeah.
The Commanders, the last 2 years, they've just been crushing it, personnel wise.
Yeah. So like I was saying, I just think that Shadour's attitude is one of which he's very, very confident. And also he doesn't have I guess you want to talk about humbleness. You're looking at some of these kids that come into the league. Maybe they didn't have the NIL deals. Even if they did, they're looking at it as an opportunity to grow wealth for themselves, take care of their families. The kid was already rich coming into the league. So he doesn't look at things the same way as I think a lot of others do. And just because his perspective is different and the way that he was raised is a little bit different and his attitude is different, doesn't necessarily make him a bad player. It's not a reflection of his play on the field. Now, some may argue they don't think he's as good as what his attitude presents, but I would say that he's actually played fairly well considering some of the things that he's had to compliment him or not so much. Now, Travis Hunter is one receiver, and people will give a whole lot of praise to Travis Hunter and say that he was the reason for Shadour's success. But, I mean, they had other receivers on that team, not just Travis Hunter, and he was very good in relation to how he produced with them as well. I just think that it's the attitude that doesn't rub NFL execs the right way. GMs, they just don't like it. And if you don't like his attitude, then fine. If you're going to judge him by his attitude, not necessarily by his play on the field, then I don't think that's cool. It's like an old hat way of thinking. It's what they want to do. They don't want that type of leadership, I guess, on their team. They don't respect it. They don't appreciate it. They want someone who's a little bit mild and meek and meager. That's just not the kid you're getting. You respect the talent. I think he can come in and produce if you give him weapons the same way you want to give any other quarterback. But I think he has the skills and ability to succeed in the NFL, and he's going to be who he is. He's not going to change. So if you ask if he brings it upon himself, well, I'm not going to not be me. I've been this way my whole life, and I've been successful being me. I'm not going to change this because it offends the way you perceive me to be. It's just not what I believe in.
My biggest problem with Shadur when I was watching him, because being here, being in Colorado, the games are on all the time. My biggest problem with Shadur was that when he got into trouble, most of the time he brought it on himself because he held onto the ball too long and he doesn't have the high-end athleticism to get around that.
Yeah.
There are some guys that they can kind of get away with it a bit more, holding onto the ball, letting things develop downfield because they can scramble and get around. Now I will say his offensive line was absolute trash both years, awful. Even with the guys they got to transfer in, they were bad. But he pretty consistently just holds on just a little too long, and it's I'd want and I don't think that they would get along well in a room, but I'd want someone like Phillip Rivers to get in a room with Shadur, someone who is even a worse athlete, and just be like, listen, man, here's what I'm seeing. Here's what you need to look for. Let's get that clock moving a little fast. Let's get that processing moving just a little bit faster. Because I agree with you that when he's actually throwing the ball, it's not bad at all. He's very accurate. He's got good timing on his passes. He's not a noodle arm. He doesn't have a rocket, but he's not a noodle arm. He can make the throws that he's going to need to make in the NFL. He just needs to get his processor moving just a little bit faster.
Now, it's funny that you mentioned that because he has Tom Brady on speed dial. He's literally one of his mentors.
But I've heard though that like everything I've heard about Tom Brady though is that he's not a good mentor. Like I've heard that like business wise, he's willing to like make those kind of like mentorship things and like helps people like off the field. But everything I've heard is on the field, he is just not good at like passing on knowledge.
That's the first I've heard of it.
Really? I've heard that a couple of times.
Yeah, that's news to me. I do know that Shedeur has that relationship with him. To what degree they work together on the actual on-field stuff, not sure, but I know that they have. He's also worked with Rodney Peete in the past as a quarterback coach. Not Rodney Peete. I'm thinking of different quarterback. Maybe it was Rodney Peete, or I'm confusing him with another quarterback. But also, when you talked about him holding the ball and trying to make plays, but not having the athleticism to allow routes to develop further down the field, it's almost like, he's very close with Cam Ward, and Cam can do that. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting in that way because, they're so close. I don't feel like he tries to model his game after Cam Ward because they don't have the same type of athleticism. But I do think it's interesting that you mentioned that because that's Cam Ward's game. He'll hold the ball and try to make things happen. He'll run around in the backfield, allow receivers.
Like Lamar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And no, Shedeur doesn't possess that. But again, that mental clock that he has is another kid who realizes, hey, because it's not just the offensive line. Colorado's defense, it got better last year. But the year prior to that, as bad, if not worse than just the offensive line. So you're talking about somebody who feels like every time they go out there, they have to put up points. So instead of always just taking what was given and then sometimes just having to deal with that instant pressure, like every other play, he's probably thinking as soon as I get the snap, I got about a second. And if nothing comes open, then I got to make something happen. So if you put him in a better situation, give him decent blocking, then I think he'll be able to dissect a defense because he proved he could do that if he got protection. Mm-hmm. But it's like you mentioned, if you can't protect your quarterback, who is going to do that unless they're a superior athlete?
Yeah, well, and even if they are, like Herbert is a superior athlete, and when he was getting the instant pressure versus the Texans, it just wasn't happening.
Like, it all boils down to attitude. People don't like his attitude because he has Harrison.
Interesting. Okay. And the Eagles just traded up
one spot
in front of Kansas City. This has got to be for, I'm guessing, Jahad Campbell. No, Will Johnson's.
Will Johnson, there. Is Will Johnson about to fall out of the first?
Man.
Yikes. But yeah, so to me, it really boils down to the attitude because he has some of the same, I'm not going to say deficiencies, but he has some of the same issues that other quarterbacks have. It's just whether or not you're willing to take or accept who he is.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like the Steelers are such a good landing spot for him because I feel like Mike Tomlin, with all of the characters that they've had at wide receiver in Pittsburgh, like Mike Tomlin has so much experience dealing with people that bring that kind of attitude and that kind of persona to a locker room. Like he knows how to work with those guys. Like he got the most out of Antonio Brown for a really long time. He's had to work with Pickens. Like there's guy after guy that's come through the Steelers that brings the same kind of thing. And I feel like,
and the difference is Shedeur is not a bad person. He doesn't get any trouble.
Exactly.
He doesn't give you any off-field issues.
It's just the swagger stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the swag. It's the way that he presents himself.
Right.
And because he's not mild-mannered, it rubs some people the wrong way.
Right.
I think it's the entourage too, and he's pretty outspoken about how good he is. And there are just people in the NFL who don't go for that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, so Mike Green's still available and Will Johnson's still available.
Still there, yeah.
Josh Simmons too, by the way.
Yeah.
He's fallen further than
that. Yeah, is that going to be KC at 32?
I don't know.
Josh Simmons, they absolutely need help on the offensive line. I figured someone's going to fall to him.
Yeah.
Would they take Mike Green?
Who? Philly?
KC.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, based on track record.
Yeah. Yeah, if any team's going to take him. It's Kansas City.
They have lawyers on speed dial, so.
Yeah. I mean, even their fandom is questionable. So
We already got
Hairston in the first
we already
round.
got our guy meme from the Chargers already.
Yeah, I was already
Real
seeing
quick.
tweets from his. He already had like the introductory phone call with the beat writers and everybody.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I was seeing a couple tweets. Apparently, he said that Harbaugh and the Chargers must be all in if they were grabbing him. Yeah, Amarian Hampton says it seems like Jim Harbaugh is all in to win a Super Bowl, and he's grateful to be a part of it.
Good for him.
He called Justin Herbert a perfect leader.
Cool.
It's his sweet boy.
Yeah, is he moving into Herbert's house now?
Mm.
This has got to be Jahad Campbell.
All right, Philly, what evil magic did you work this year?
They're just going for an all beef defensive line. They're going to draft that Kentucky kid to put him next to Jalen Carter.
Dude is like 360.
Yeah, and they're going to put him right next to Jalen Carter. They're going to have 700 pounds of person.
You talk about somebody that carries weight poorly. He has no lower body. It's all gut. Just looks really bad. Like, or I mean, you know,
I'd rather have the 500-pound kid from Florida.
From Florida, I was gonna say, yeah, they'll probably get him as a UDFA.
Who are you guys talking about? The kid from Kentucky?
Yeah, Deontay Walker or whatever. Deontay Walker.
He just carries a lot of bad weight.
The defensive tackle from Florida, who's like 475 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We were saying we'd rather have him than the Kentucky guy.
Just be like, we'd tell that dude just literally sit here and take a knee.
Hey man,
at the snap, just take a knee.
Jaden Higgins.
Nobody's gonna move him
in round 2 sounds like a fun idea.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting group
Chill
of wide
with the
receivers.
sarcasm.
I am. No, I told you.
Really?
I would have liked Higgins if you traded down.
Okay.
I said that. I just said I didn't like him at 22.
But are you going to like him if they have to trade up to get him?
Yikes. Probably not. Depending. I mean, I guess it depends on what they're giving up. But
we're gonna make you love him, Garrett. Somehow, some way.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. What if he's not a Charger? What if he's like a Bengal or something?
Won't matter at that point, but still.
That'd be 2 Higgins. That'd be. I don't think
too many Higgins.
Yeah. I think you can only have one. Higgins Arroyo would be a nice pairing, for sure.
Agreed. That would have been easier had they. Well, then they wouldn't have gotten Arroyo if they made that trade. So, never mind. Tight end would have been taken care of already.
All right, who'd you trade up for? Let's go. Really feels like these last couple picks drag at the end of the night.
Yeah, they're trying to make up all the commercials because they were like, well, we didn't take a commercial until the Chargers went on the clock, and now we got to pay the bills. So,
how does that happen every year?
Every single year.
Man, the Eagles gave up a 5th to move up one spot. Interesting.
Oh, I forgot the Eagles signed A.J. Dillon. It's a quad off in the backfield.
I love all the tweets talking about Omarion Hampton just pulled off an all-time jersey career, going from North Carolina to the Chargers, going from Carolina blue to powder blue.
Wait, is Hampton? What Hampton's number again? Is he 28?
He's 21. I'm kidding.
28. Yeah, 28.
Okay, yeah, we can.
Jamie, how would you feel about Burden in the second round?
No.
Oh. Cool. All right. Just check again.
I just don't want him in the room.
Will we get like the same visceral reaction if it was in the first round? Do you just not want any parts of him whatsoever?
I just don't want any part of him.
Yeah, he's a do not
He is off my board entirely. I want nothing to do with that guy. Period.
So the Chiefs gave the Eagles a 5th round pick to move up one spot.
I just said that.
Did you? I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's all right.
I'm paying attention.
Cool. Did you know that Tyler Lockett went to the Titans? Did you guys see that?
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah.
Or was that today? Or was that
today? I think it was today. Was it? Oh, okay. Where careers go to die.
Man.
Yep. Oh, fucking Eagles, dude. Every fucking year.
Is it Campbell?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
see, this is exactly what I meant about
letting them have everything.
No, so Jihad Campbell is the kind of, like I said earlier, is the kind of luxury pick you get to make when you've drafted like the Eagles for the last couple of years. And that's exactly who took that. Like the Chargers needed to continue building.
It is weird how the Eagles always align with like draft Twitter. Like every time, like their boards end up falling. Like everybody loves their draft. They're high on basically the same guys, and then they go out and win Super Bowls.
Because they don't have holes, so they just get to pick like the best people.
How does Campbell fall at 31?
Because of his medicals.
Sure. Oh, he's got some medical issues.
Yeah, he had medicals that were pushing him down. His shoulder, I think.
And it's always something that ends up not being. Oh, look, the cameraman literally had to duck out of the way.
Yes, James Palmer tweeted, the Eagles believe Campbell's medical checks out because it's complex. He had shoulder surgery, and there's questions about his other shoulder and knee.
Now, watch how his body magically heals as a Philadelphia Eagle. He never misses a snap.
Yeah, they're going to give him the same stem cells that they gave the Georgia kid.
Wow.
All right, so Luke, let me just answer your question as clearly as I can.
Oh, God.
No.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Look,
very succinct.
I don't know why you'd want a guy like that in the locker room. I mean, I know he's a good athlete, but if you sit down and watch his tape, oh my God, the guy quits. If he doesn't think he's getting the ball, he gives up on routes. That attitude is just awful. I want nothing to do with that, period.
What about you, Craig and Stanley? Are you guys okay
you
with
guys know I'm a bigger fan of Burden, the player, like what he could be, but like we talked about this when we did our review, our breakdown of the player. He scares me, not just because of the fact that he doesn't give full effort consistently, but also like the dude's a hothead on the field in general. He's going to get you personal foul calls that could put you in really bad spots offensively, playing behind the sticks, because he can't control his temper. DBs are going to do all they can to get in his head, and sometimes he'll instigate it himself. So, and the ref always catches him. It's always him that gets caught, which means he's a target. So you combine the fact that he doesn't always give 100% effort when he's on the field with the fact that he's a hothead, and that's a recipe for potential disaster. And you put that in the locker room, vets aren't going to take kindly to it. And the second he crosses them and he becomes a locker room cancer, then, I mean, we're talking about you're not even getting through the full first contract before you're looking at an opportunity to probably offload him. So it's too many variables. If it were just one thing, that'd be different. Maybe he could be coached up, that coaching staff could get through to him and work that out of his system, teach him what it means to be a professional. But like I said before, the dude's a dog, but he also dogs it on the field. That's not a good combination.
I like some of what I see from Burden, and I think he could be really awesome. But the reason I don't necessarily like him for the Chargers is back to Greg Roman. I do not see how Greg Roman would use him effectively at all. Like, just nothing that Greg Roman does screams Luther Burden to me. And so in that way, like I feel like it's kind of a waste of a pick. Like if we had a different offensive coordinator, I could maybe see it, but he doesn't fit Greg Roman's offense very well at all. Like I would much rather have Higgins, Eoman, or like on day 3, a guy like Horton or Pat Bryant, like somebody
all
like
my guys.
like I'd much rather have one of those guys.
Higgins, Horton, Pat Bryant, all guys that I'm really, really high on.
I really like Pat Bryant. I don't care what the 40 time was.
The 40 does not. And the thing is, he seems to play faster than that, especially in the open field, which is weird. Like I didn't expect him to run a fast 40, but he does not look like a 4.6 receiver.
No, he looks like a Tyrell Williams once he gets the ball in his hands. Like it's
long strides.
You're gonna get yards after catch.
Yeah, and he blocks his tail off.
Yes, he does. And he doesn't drop the ball, and he's good at contested catches. Like he checks a lot of boxes. A lot of boxes.
Here we go. Last pick.
Please be a lineman and not Mike Green.
Yep, there it is. Josh Simmons.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
Good on you.
Really?
Good job.
Yeah.
They were kind of backed into a corner there. I mean, that was one of the reasons why they lost that Super Bowl. They couldn't protect Mahomes.
All right. So do we want to go over some names we like?
Let's. Should we do a grade first, or you want to just do names?
Oh, yeah. What? Yeah. Jamie, what's your grade on Hampton?
I'll say B+.
Okay.
It makes sense. It fits the identity that they want to have. It's going to make the running game more explosive than it would have been with just Harris. It's everything they said they wanted to do, and we were all in for Harbaugh. So I kind of feel like even if we don't love the value, we kind of have to be accepting of how he wants to build the team. So I'll say B+. I'm not thrilled about it, but I don't hate it.
Stanley?
I'm probably more of a solid B. Yeah, like he fits what they want to do. He's obviously produced very, very well in college. Tons of scores, tons of yards after contact, caught the ball a lot. He checks all those boxes. He's got great size speed ratio. He fits what they want to do. He was most people's RB2. Don't go look at Maurice Jones-Drew's top running back video that he posted. He was MJD's running back 7.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean it's a solid pick. There's a bunch of different directions I would have gone there. But it like like you said, like it gets a little bit of a boost from the fact that he was their last basically like starter on the board. They had him ranked above where they picked him. Like that, at least like their process sounded okay. Like I'm not mad about like the process, and they tried like hell to trade out that.
Yeah, Craig
probably averages out to B+, because I think he's an A player. But as far as the pick for the need and the value, I'd say a B-. So probably B+ overall. B+. But again, like the player, I understand the fit doesn't necessarily match what I felt like they needed at the time. And I think they could have gotten better value with another back later, in addition to filling some other holes. And I think you walk into tomorrow feeling a lot better about like being able to fill some of those holes without having to work really, really hard and scramble potentially to have to put some deals together to make sure that you're not, leaving out of day 2 without being able to cover the basis for what you wanted to, as far as like receiving options, and then still needing to get the defensive line, shored up. So like the player, don't necessarily love where they picked him, but I'll stick with the B+ on this one.
Yeah, I don't know if my grade can be weighted that hard when you think about their process, because if it, like I said, after they were drafted, it felt like he was the, close to a sure thing as there was still available. And while it's not the position, we all believe they should have gone in a different direction positionally, it does feel like they now have a lot of ground to make up in day 2 and day 3, because they still don't have their interior defensive line shored up. They need a tight end. They need wide receivers, corners, edge. Like, there's a lot of positions they're planning on going, but they got a playmaker, and it's a, I wouldn't say it's a big gamble, but you're putting a lot on Hampton in year 1. Though he can be behind Najee and maybe you can loosen that load a little bit, but obviously a player they liked a lot if he was 18 on their board. So I guess I'm like A-ish just because of the process. If I guess it's going to depend on how the rest of the rounds shake up, but I like the player. Hampton's fun.
But isn't this also like the most Harbaugh thing? Yet none of us really thought they would do it. Like between Harbaugh and Ortiz, it's just like same thing with Alt. It was pretty clear. It's something that you could absolutely, or you should know that they would do, but I guess we just didn't want to believe it.
Yeah. Rappaport said the Eagles thought they had a trade with the Chargers for 22. That is true. We talked about it. I don't know what it was for, but I guess they were trying to get Campbell.
I want to answer this from Don because he's
okay.
asked twice.
Okay.
So Don, interestingly enough, no, but I am a huge TDE fan. I went to the Kendrick Lamar concert last night, and Black Hippie is one of the best rap groups ever, and they need to do another album before I take my last breath on this earth, or else my life will not be fulfilled. So, but no one's ever told me I look like Schoolboy Q, but I'm a huge Q fan along with the rest of the guys.
All right. So, direction tomorrow. The players that we were considering are still on the board: Will Johnson, Mike Green, Nikki E. You're muted, Stanley, so whatever you're saying doesn't matter.
I was going to say, we also know that the Chargers were considering Mike Green, not just us four.
Oh, right.
Mike
True.
Green was on the list for the Chargers at 22.
Yep. And then we've mentioned Revel as a player we like, Arroyo, Higgins, 3 of the 4 like Mason Taylor.
I think you start maybe talking about Trey Harris.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
In the second round.
Absolutely, Trey Harris.
I wonder where this Will Johnson fall stops.
I know. I like Besh. We talked about him.
Mm-hmm. Love Besh.
Is there, what about Nick Scrouton? Scorton?
I like him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be really, really happy with him in the second round.
Yeah, definitely in the second round. When he was getting the first round pick, I wasn't as jazzed about it. But if you tell me you get Scorton in the second, I'd love that.
What I like about him is I think he's one of the 2 or 3 youngest players in the draft. And he's also really developed as a pass rusher in terms of his counters. He's able to string counters together.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to be really good. You build out the frame, continue to develop the pass rush moves. I think he's got a chance to be really good. And I feel like getting him in the second round would be kind of a steal.
And another guy who didn't live up to potential once he got to A&M. So he was better off at Purdue. I don't know what it is about A&M that's kryptonite to good players in the defensive front.
Anybody else you guys want to add? I guess we're going to get on here tomorrow, Craig, so we can put a list together.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think we're good tonight. You guys good?
Yeah.
Man. All right. Thanks everybody for joining us for over 4 hours. Jamie or Craig and I will be back here. Maybe Craig, maybe Jamie will stop by. Maybe Stanley will stop by. Maybe
I'll see
Deb,
what I
who
can do
knows?
tomorrow.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys all for joining us, and we will see you next time.
Thanks, everybody.
Salute.